Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand. Good morning again, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath. Mr. Cochran, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Detective Lang. Just when we took the break, we were looking, we had an occasion during the break to look at your notes and with regard to the Bundy crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the notes, what's contained in the book before you are your original notes that were written at or about the time of your observations at the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you shared those with me, and by and large I have copies of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for instance, I have a question for you. With regard to the question of the liver temperature on Nicole Brown Simpson, from a chronological standpoint, I believe you told us that her liver temperature was taken after Mr. Goldman's temperature. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Because his was taken at the scene, is your recollection, and then hers was taken later in the coroner's van. Is that correct?
Yes.
So now, chronologically, if you're looking at your notes at the bottom of 0548, you have her liver temperature. Would that have been put in there after you discover that information? Look at the bottom of 0548.
That would have been put in there at the time that I received the information, yes.
All right. So that the fact it may come before Goldman, you kept it in order under Nicole Brown Simpson. Is that correct?
The fact that it came before Goldman,
Well,
I believe it was subsequent to Goldman.
Yeah. Well, the fact that in your notes it appears at a time before we talk about Mr. Goldman is of no particular consequence. Is that correct?
Other than that's the time that the temperature was taken.
And is it your recollection that with regard to the liver temperatures of both individuals, that they both had the same liver temperature?
Yes.
And it's your recollection again that you saw the liver temperature of Goldman being taken there at the scene, right?
I believe I did, yes.
And from remembering that video, both bodies were basically moved to about the same place before they were placed on the coroner's gurney. Is that correct?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
All right. You remember seeing the video, do you not, with regard to the removal of the body of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
And thereafter, Mr. Goldman's body was brought over to that same general area on the walkway before it was placed on the gurney. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And were both bodies removed by this coroner's investigator by the name of Jacopo?
With the assistance of Ratcliffe, yes.
All right. What is, if you know, what is the difference in their two particular functions with the coroner's office? The lady, Miss Ratcliffe, and the gentleman who's wearing the blue jumpsuit.
Miss Ratcliffe is a coroner's investigator, and the other gentleman is a coroner's driver and assistant.
And have you worked with those two individuals before on other cases?
I don't recall if I have or not.
All right. Now, last week I had asked you some questions about the envelope that contains the one lens therein. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, the first time that you had occasion to look inside that. When was?
You just said yes.
Counsel assumed.
Let me see counsel at sidebar. Without the report. Mr. Cochran, you're going to withdraw the last question?
Yeah, I will, Your Honor, just for clarity and to move this matter on.
All right, thank you. Jury, disregard the last question and answer.
With regard to the envelope that was found at the scene that contained the eyeglasses. You recall some questions about that last week?
Yes.
Can you tell us what date it was that you had occasion, if any, to look inside that envelope?
I peered inside an opening in the envelope on the morning of the 13th.
All right, and where were you when you peered inside an opening in the envelope at that time?
Well, basically standing over it.
And that was in the early morning hours during the course of your Bundy crime scene investigation?
Yes.
And when you said there was an opening, did you make an opening to it, or was there already an opening in the envelope at that point?
No, there was a small opening that I could peer into.
Was the envelope, how was it laying? Was there some writing on that envelope?
There was writing on the underside, the bottom side.
All right, so that the part with the writing was against the ground, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and your observations were made as you stood above the envelope, and did you peer inside of it?
Yes.
And when you looked inside, what did you see, Detective Lang, if anything?
What appeared to be a pair of eyeglasses.
And did you notice at that time how many lenses did these eyeglasses have?
No, I wouldn't have been able to see that.
All right. So at this point, you can't tell us whether it was one lens or two lenses, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever, in the course of your investigation, go back and ascertain when the glasses were found over at Mezzaluna, how many lenses were there?
I don't believe so.
So did you ever talk to the owner of the glasses with regard to the fact of, at some point, I presume they had two lenses in those glasses, is that correct?
Excuse me, counsel. Won't you approach without the reporter, please? All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. Then I understand that the envelope containing the glasses are not here today, so in that connection, I'm probably going to have to mark as a photograph of what's to be the envelope. I'll have to show Detective Lang that.
All right. Defense next in order is 1047.
1047.
All right, with the report, please. All right, Mr. Cochran, you're going to withdraw 1047.
Yes, sure. I have another photograph. I think it's People's 104, I guess, for identification. They almost. Detective Lang, with regard to...
I think Mr. Fairlow needs the barcode back. Can we bring that up?
Detective Lang, have you seen that, what's depicted there of before, sir?
Yes.
And was the envelope in that approximate condition when you saw it at the scene before you peered inside of it?
I believe so.
If you can tell us, and you may have to step down, what I wanted to find out was, how did you peer inside the envelope? We don't have the envelope here this morning, which is the problem. So if you can help us with that and paint a word picture for the jury as to how you peered inside the envelope, sir.
Well, I peered inside it by standing over it and bending over. If you notice in the upper left quadrant, there is the opening that I earlier alluded to, and that's what I looked into.
When you say the upper left quadrant,
Yes.
can you step down and point that out so everybody's clear? Do you need a pointer?
It's right up in this area right here.
All right. Your Honor, he's indicating in the upper left quadrant of the envelope near the top.
Yes.
All right. And so you looked inside from that vantage point, is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And what did you see? Now, you saw these glasses, then you saw what else?
It appeared to me to be a pair of glasses. I didn't see a whole lot more. You can't see a whole lot through that little crack.
All right. And that's as much as you saw at that time, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your notes, did you ever ascertain, you may resume your seat, sir. Did you ever ascertain whether or not there was more than one lens inside that envelope?
I did not.
And so you don't know at this point, is that correct?
I don't know.
Were you ever told, after you were on the witness stand last week, that there's only one lens found in that envelope at some later time? Were you ever told that?
I believe you mentioned that.
All right. And did anybody else ever tell you that other than myself?
No.
Questions? Now, did you note this in your notes at all as to anything about lenses? The notes we've been talking about?
No.
So you don't indicate in your notes whether or not there were one lens or two lenses?
Again, I don't recall seeing one or two lenses.
You just saw these glasses, is that right?
There appeared to be a pair of glasses in the envelope, yes.
Do you know whether or not there was ever a picture taken of these glasses at the time the envelope was booked?
At the time it was booked?
Yes.
I don't believe there would have been, no.
It would have been booked in that same condition it now appears on the Elmo?
It should have been, yes.
Now, with regard to, I asked you some questions before about the moving evidence. In any of your notes or any of your reports, did you ever at any time note that any of the evidence had actually been moved?
Objection asked and answered.
Oh, it's preliminary.
Overruled.
No.
And the evidence, as I understand it, that we have of the evidence being moved are the photos themselves. Is that correct?
Photographs, that's correct.
Did you find some kind of a Bonita, Ecuador label somewhere out at that scene that day?
Yes.
And what is a Bonita, Ecuador label?
It appeared to me to be a small sticker label that perhaps would go on a piece of fruit.
And where did you find this particular label, sir?
It was found near the east pole of the stationary gate east of the sidewalk, I believe 2 or 3 inches from that location.
Where is that label now?
I believe it was booked into evidence.
All right, have you seen it recently?
No.
And when you say it was found near the east pole, where was it, on the ground? Where was it?
It was on the ground, yes.
And it was booked into evidence, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that, when's the last time you saw that label?
The last,
Like a banana, some kind of fruit?
I suppose it's possible.
You don't know where that label is today, do you?
Where it is?
Yes, where it is present.
It's at Scientific Investigation Division.
So still be at LAPD?
Yes.
So if we wanted to get it brought over, you could do that for us?
I could probably see that it was done, yes.
Over the lunch hour?
Certainly.
Do you recall any photographs being taken of that label?
The label appears in one photograph, but not a close-up shot. It's an overall shot.
All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, did you, on the date of June 13th or any time around that time, conduct any investigation by going personally to Mr. Goldman's apartment to try and trace his activities on the evening hours of June 12th, 1994?
I did not. I had two other detectives do that.
And who were they?
Detectives Tippin and Carr.
And what did you have them do, if you recall?
They went to Mr. Goldman's residence.
But let me kind of stop you there for a minute. When did they first go to Mr. Goldman's residence?
When?
Yes, when, sir?
I don't recall. It was after the 13th. I don't specifically recall the date. They have a log.
All right, they have a log.
Yes.
Does your log indicate at all when they went?
I don't believe it'd be in my log. It should be in their log.
Okay, and that would be in Tippin and whom else?
Carr.
And Carr. Now, I interrupted you. What did they do, as best you can recall, with regard to Mr. Goldman?
Conducted an investigation at Mr. Goldman's apartment.
And did they go through some kind of a day book or a notebook of his and look through certain papers? Is that correct?
I believe they did.
And we've been provided with copies of that. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Now, in that connection, as the investigating officer in this case, would it be relevant to you to know, for instance, what time Mr. Goldman had his last meal that evening?
It certainly could be, yes.
And did you ascertain where and when he had his last meal and what time?
I did not.
You did not do that?
No.
With regard to Mr. Goldman's stomach contents, they were not thrown away, as with Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
And so the stomach contents were available. And have you, in the course of your investigation, had occasion to examine the stomach contents or discuss that with the coroner to assist you in extrapolating backwards as to when Mr. Goldman might have had his last meal prior to the time of his death?
That examination,
Objection, Your Honor, that's not testimony beyond scope.
Overruled.
that examination would be conducted by the coroner's office.
All right, but you, as you were present during the autopsy, were you not?
That's correct.
And you're the investigating officer, one of them. Is that right?
That's correct.
Time of death is critical in this case, is it not?
Yes.
And did you talk to the coroner's office about the stomach contents of Mr. Goldman, to try and determine when he had his last meal and at what time?
We discussed time of death in regards to stomach contents and the fact that digestion could be retarded if one were under a great deal of stress. Consequently, the findings regarding the contents in the stomach may not always be accurate.
Well, who told you that anyone was under a great deal of stress?
Who told me?
Yes, who told you that?
That's my opinion, that both of these victims would certainly be under a great deal of stress.
All right, well, what we're talking about is the stomach contents and the condition they existed before the time of death, officer. Isn't that correct? In other words, isn't that what we're talking about?
I don't know. I
right.
assumed you were asking me about stomach contents as they relate to time of death.
Yes, sir. Did you do anything to determine what time Mr. Goldman had his last meal?
No. Mr. Goldman had been working
I understand that.
several hours prior to that, and as far as my information was, he didn't have a meal. He may have eaten something, but
Well,
I had no information as to him eating a meal.
all right, would it be important in the course of your investigation to try and determine where Mr. Goldman went after he got off work?
Yes?
Did you do anything to try and determine that?
Yes?
And what did you do in that connection?
Detectives Tippin and Carr investigated at Mr. Goldman's apartment and found clothing that he had been wearing that night at work at Mezzaluna.
Was that clothing in a bag of some kind?
I don't recall if it was in a bag or not.
Did you look inside the pockets of that clothing?
Did I? No.
Did they look inside the pockets, if you know?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not there were any notes found in or about the clothing of Mr. Goldman's?
None were brought to my attention.
May I ask you about some evidence? All right.
Sure.
May I approach you?
You may.
I want to place what I think is 30 for identification before you and ask you to open this bag and take the contents out. This purports to be Mr. Goldman's clothes he was wearing sometime earlier that evening. Is that correct? Is that correct, Detective Lane?
I'm checking. They appear to be, yes. Would you like me to remove them?
Yes, please.
Moving a pair of pants. Appears to be a shirt, not a hanger.
All right, anything else in the bag?
There's an envelope, it appears to be.
Can you check that out?
One-piece green paper with writing from brown paper bag dated 2/18/95.
All right, can you open that?
And tearing a piece of tape that's initialed on the back. It's a green scrap of paper.
All right, let's look at that paper. You seen this before?
No.
What is this paper?
Appears to be some kind of a shopping list.
A laundry list? A shopping list?
Yes.
All right, now this, what is, once you read what that has on it?
Vegetables, turkey, tomatoes, lettuce, chicken, asparagus, broccoli, sugar-free ice cream. You can't make out this one here. Pretzels, perhaps.
Have you ever seen that list before?
No.
And this bag, with regard to this is a pavilion's bag, Bond's pavilion's bag. How were these clothes recovered, and what's the connection of the bag with the clothes?
Once again, they were recovered by Detectives Tippin and Carr. I wasn't there. I couldn't answer that.
But it was booked in the Bond's pavilion bag along with this envelope. Is that correct?
Apparently.
Did the detectives and you see banana on there also?
Excuse me, counsel. Without the reporter.
This bag and the envelope and the green list is now marked for evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know who wrote that list?
No.
Had you ever seen that green list before this?
No, I haven't.
Have you looked inside those clothes, looked in the pockets inside those clothes before?
I have not.
Can you do that? You've not looked inside each of the pockets?
Yes.
All right, you find anything in there?
No.
All right. Now, then with regard to this list, we don't know at this point whose handwriting that is.
I don't. Correct.
All right, and is there, I was asking just before the clerk called us over, is there a banana on the top of that list, on the upper right hand side of the list?
Yes.
This Bonita Ecuador label, is that a label found on bananas oftentimes?
I don't know.
You've never seen that?
No.
Now, with regard to these clothes, were these clothes recovered by the two detectives from the apartment that night?
That's my understanding.
And they then booked it into evidence thereafter in the condition we just saw it in, is that right?
I believe so.
Did you, in the course of your investigation and the gentleman that you used in this investigation, did you ever try and ascertain whether or not after Mr. Goldman left work, he went someplace and ate?
I don't believe that came up due to the fact we believe that he went directly to his home and changed in the time that he left the Mezzaluna.
All right. Now, if he had a full stomach of food, undigested food, would that indicate to you that if he didn't eat at Mezzaluna and he still had a full stomach of food at the time of death, that he may have eaten someplace?
It's possible, sure.
All right. And as such, as an investigator,
Objection, that assumes fact, not evidence.
as an investigator, don't you want to determine all kinds of possibilities, sir? Can you ask the question?
All kinds of possibilities in regards to what?
Well, all the various possible scenarios. Don't you want to consider that?
Scenarios?
Well, let me rephrase it, sir. With regard to Mr. Goldman's stomach contents, that's an indication he'd eaten something somewhere that night. Did you go back and check at Mezzaluna and determine whether or not he had a meal at Mezzaluna before he left?
I don't believe he did.
All right. So your answer is yes, you checked that, and he didn't. All right. If he didn't eat at Mezzaluna, as an investigator, did you then say, well, I better check and see where he had this meal, if any? Did you check that out? That's my question.
That did not come into play, no.
All right. So you didn't check it out. Is that your answer?
I had no reason to.
All right. And the question is, did you check it out?
The answer is no.
All right. And so when you were at the coroner's office and at the time of the autopsy, with regard to these stomach contents, you have not had anyone in the coroner's office to try and determine, by looking at the stomach contents, when Mr. Goldman might have had his last meal. Is that, as we sit here now, is that correct?
That's what they do at the coroner's office.
I'm asking what you did in this case.
I didn't examine the contents. I don't examine stomach contents.
And did you have any expert, medical, forensic person look at these stomach contents to try and determine how long he'd had this meal before he died? Did you do that?
Did I do that?
Yes.
No, that would have been done by the coroner's office.
Did you ask the coroner, any coroner, to do that?
Again, that would be something that would fall under their purview.
And you would never make that suggestion to him at all?
To
the coroner's office.
To
Don't
do
you work
what?
together with them?
what suggestion?
That they look at the stomach contents to try to determine the time of death.
I believe the coroner's office does that. We don't normally dictate to them how to do their investigations.
And you made no suggestion to him at all regarding the stomach contents in this case?
I don't believe I did.
Do you have any reports from them regarding the Goldman stomach contents?
Any reports on that
From
would
the
be
coroner's office?
would be in the coroner's protocol.
Did you ever have occasion to look at Mr. Goldman's beeper entries? You remember you described for us that he had a beeper there at the scene. Did you go back and try to look at earlier beeper entries on June 12th, 1994?
Yes,
All right, and what were the results of that?
there were none.
Now, with regard to the items found at the Goldman apartment, did you find any information where Mr. Goldman had Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's phone number there?
Again, I didn't investigate or examine anything at that location that may have happened. I don't recall seeing it.
Have you had occasion to look at the notes of items taken from, I guess, the Goldman apartment?
Not in some time.
All right. Do you recall that Ms. Nicole Brown Simpson's phone number appears twice in these copies? Do you recall that?
That may well be.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
If I were to show you a copy, would that refresh your recollection, perhaps?
Perhaps.
I was thinking about that, but then we started talking about content of the apartment again.
All right, place before I've showed this to counsel. I want you to look at this, read this to yourself, first of all. It's DA 003953. You see that?
Yes.
And there's apparently a phone number there. Without reading that phone number, there's a phone number there also, right?
Yes.
And look also next at DA 003955. You see that name there?
Yes.
You see that phone number there?
That's correct.
Okay, does that appear to be Nicole Simpson?
Yes.
And her phone number?
Yes.
And so you see at least on 2 occasions her numbers found in these documents that were allegedly found in Mr. Goldman's apartment?
Yes.
And in fairness, there are other female numbers, other female names with numbers therein also.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
right?
Yes.
But her number's in there twice, is that right?
That's correct.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right. Have you, by the way, have you had occasion to review these documents here, which purport to have come either from some kind of a booklet or something inside the apartment?
Not recently.
Did you ever review them?
I believe initially I did, yes.
Did you follow up on any of the names of the people contained in this information?
I don't recall if I specifically did, or Tippin and Carr did, or if it was done at all.
Did you find out what design wrap is? Design wrap, W-R-A-P, right?
No.
Was that a business that Mr. Goldman was involved in?
I don't know.
You never looked at that either?
No.
Did you ever consider that Mr. Goldman may have been the target of the assassin or assassins that particular night? Did you ever consider that at all?
The target of an assassin?
No. Was he the target of the perpetrators on June 12th, the perpetrator or perpetrators on June 12th, 1994, when he came to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's residence? Did you ever consider that as a possible theory?
That he would be the target?
Yes, let me see if I can make it so you understand it. Did you ever, as the investigating officer in this case, ever consider any other theory than that O.J. Simpson was the only perpetrator in this case?
Any other theory?
Yes, any other theory, any other possibilities?
I had absolutely no other evidence that would point me in any other direction.
Did you ever consider that Mr. Goldman could have been a person followed to that location? Did you ever consider that at all?
I think it's entirely possible he was followed.
All right. Did you ever consider that something regarding him or his background may have led some persons or persons to follow him there to that location?
I had no evidence at all to suggest that.
And so did you ever pursue that or look at it at all?
There was nothing to pursue. There was nothing to show any evidence to that.
You never looked at any of the people in his book or made any determinations about his background? You didn't do that?
Again, I believe I did go through the book initially. I believe Tippin and Carr did. But there was nothing in that book to lead in any other direction.
All right, so you didn't do anything about that, right?
About
Following up on any other leads or anything regarding Mr. Goldman?
I didn't see any other leads to follow up on.
All right. Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, you have, I believe, shared with us that he drove a vehicle to Miss Nicole Brown Simpson's residence that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you know what time he got off work, is that correct?
Yes.
You know at some point he came home, is that correct?
I believe that's what happened, yes.
And were you aware of whether, and he changed clothes, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not he showered before he left his place?
No.
You have no knowledge one way or the other?
No.
Do you know whether or not, when did Tippin and Carr get there? Were they able to make any kind of determination by getting to the scene or Mr. Goldman's residence quickly after these bodies were discovered?
They didn't respond till the next day, I believe.
So the next day would have been, what day, the 13th or the 14th?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was the 14th.
So the 14th of June.
It may have been the 13th. I don't have their log, and I haven't looked at it in months.
All right. So at any rate, you can't tell us whether or not he showered or whatever. Is that correct?
I can't. That's correct.
You cannot tell us, and then you can't tell us whether or not he went and had a meal or ate with somebody, can you?
It's my information and my belief that he didn't.
All right, but yet you know that he had a stomach of food, an undigested food, isn't that correct?
I believe he did.
All right. You can't, you sit here now, you can't tell us when he ate that food, can you?
Specifically, no,
Yes.
but
All right.
I'm aware that he works at a restaurant and would
right,
have
but
probably eaten during that time.
Sir, but did you not tell us you spoke at Metzaluna and they told you he had not eaten there that evening? Did you check on that?
Not necessarily to sit down and have a meal, but whether he was observed during his entire tour of duty there, I don't know. He may have well eaten something there.
Well, perhaps he did, but if he ate at 6 o'clock in the evening, you'd expect that would have been digested, would you not have?
Objection, this is beyond scope of expertise.
Well, that's common sense.
Objection, Your Honor, this is not a valid, you didn't know.
Foundation,
No foundation.
sustained.
Thank you.
With regard to, as a human being, as an investigator, as someone with common sense, if one eats a meal at 6 o'clock p.m., would you expect that that meal through the digestive processes would have started to become digested over a period of 4 or 5 hours? Would you expect that?
No foundation.
Sustained. Why don't you ask a few foundational questions?
Certainly. As a homicide investigator of 20-plus years, you've attended a number of autopsies, have you not?
Yes.
And you've seen stomach contents on numerous occasions, have you not?
Yes.
And you know something about the rate with which the body digests food, do you not?
Yes.
You know that over a period of time the body will digest food and process it. You know that, don't you?
Yes.
You know that if a person has relatively undigested food, that's an indication that they have recently had a meal. Isn't that correct, sir?
I'll
Possibly.
say no objection, we have no foundation.
It's the foundation, Your Honor.
All right, overruled.
Thank you. Forgot what the question was now, Your Honor.
Sort of a rhetorical, argumentative question in the sense that if you have full stomach contents,
Let me see if I can restate it in a fashion that will not be. And you know, based upon your experience, that if a person has a relatively full undigested stomach of food, it's an indication they've probably eaten recently before they met their death. Isn't that a fair statement?
Depends on what you mean by recently.
Well, within an hour or so.
Again, that's not necessarily true, and that digestion can be retarded.
Sir, if your digestion, of course, when you die, the digestive process stops. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And if you, are you telling us that this stressful situation of the fight that took place between Mr. Goldman and whoever the perpetrator or perpetrators were that night lasted for a half hour or so, you think?
No.
Think it was a stressful situation that lasted for 15 minutes or more?
I don't believe it did.
Oh, let's talk about the time before the stressful situation, when your body would normally process and digest food. Okay? In that instance, in this case, have you spoken to any expert forensic pathologist about the state of the stomach contents of Mr. Goldman that night, and whether or not that expert can help us and assist us in determining when Mr. Goldman had his last meal?
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant, beyond the scope.
It's very
No
relevant, Your Honor.
foundation.
It's
The court
relevant.
will testify.
Overruled.
Speaking objection, Your Honor. Speaking
Overruled.
objection. All right, you may answer. Have you?
Regarding time of death,
Yes.
yes, that, and the other factors, and a time of death was given to me between 9 p.m. and 12 midnight, closer to 9.
That's not the question I asked you. The question
I'm
is, have you
sorry.
talked to a forensic pathologist with regard to Mr. Goldman's stomach contents? And has that forensic pathologist been able to look at the state of those stomach contents and assist us in determining when Mr. Goldman had his last meal?
Yes, you asked and answered.
Oh, well. Specifically as to the stomach contents?
Yes.
No,
Okay, we're talking about stomach contents. No is the answer?
that's correct.
And so here we are, and you strike that. What doctors have you talked to with connection, forensic doctors you've talked to in connection with this case in your investigation? Can you give us their names?
Dr. Golden?
And he's the gentleman who performed the 2 autopsies?
That's correct.
Are you aware that the coroner's office has prepared a list of at least 16 items that they themselves...
Sustained.
I'd like to be heard on that, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right. Now, with regard to Dr. Golden, give us the name of any other doctors.
Dr. Lakshmanan?
And he is the coroner?
Yes.
All right. Who else?
Dr. Sherry?
Spell that for us, please.
S-H-E-R-R-Y?
S-H?
S-H-E-R-R-Y?
All right. Whom else?
I believe that's it.
At any rate, when you were at the scene at Bundy in the early morning hours, you never dispatched any police officers to go to Mr. Goldman's home and search for any clues at that time, did you?
I didn't know where he lived at that time.
Well, you found out sometime that day, did you not?
I believe it was later on.
It was sometime on the 13th, wasn't it, officer?
I don't recall when it was.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, I believe you've indicated to us that there were no bloody footprints which matched his shoes at the scene there at Bundy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And his shoes had quite a bit of mud under the bottom of them, did they not?
I believe there was mud or dirt.
And that was consistent with the area where you showed us earlier where this altercation took place and where the ground was dug up. Is that correct?
I would say so.
And was there did you find some sort of a stain or blood drop under his shoes at all?
There were blood droplets on the soles of his shoes, yes.
And were you, in the course of your investigation, were you able to ascertain how those blood drops or droplets got under his shoes?
I have an opinion how they got there.
You were not present, of course, right?
When the
You were
blood
not present at
droplets
the time
were
of this
deposited?
altercation? Yes.
No.
Hold on. Counsel, you guys are driving the court reporter nuts this morning. You're both talking over each
All
other.
right. Sorry. Let me start over. You were not present. Let me strike that, Your Honor. With regard to, was there one blood drop or more than one blood drop under Mr. Goldman's shoes?
More than one.
How many altogether?
There were several, I believe, in both soles of both shoes.
All right. And did you conduct some tests on those blood drops or try to conduct some tests to determine when those blood drops were placed there under his shoes?
I personally did not, but there were tests conducted.
All right. You didn't do it personally?
No.
It was clear to you that he had not walked through any blood on that walkway that particular night. Is that correct?
I don't believe he did.
And so, in that instance, you strike that. You described for us earlier that you don't recall seeing any blood under the feet of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson either. Is that correct? You tell us that?
That's correct.
And once you came to your conclusion or you developed your theory that she was killed first, it's true, is it not? You never looked at any other possible theories. Isn't that correct?
My theory that she was killed, that's not my theory that she was killed first. That was in response to a question as to something that may have possibly happened.
Right.
I can't tell you who was killed first.
Is that your theory? That she
What?
was killed first?
No.
That's not your theory?
No.
You don't believe that?
I don't know.
All right. And you don't know because you weren't there. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And isn't the whole reason, as a homicide investigator, don't you try to gather all of the facts together and then try to put those facts together and come to some kind of a well-reasoned conclusion? Don't you do that?
Certainly.
And in the course of that, don't you need all of the facts as it relates to the case?
It's good to have all the facts, all that you can get, yes.
If you jump to a conclusion sometimes, don't you find out later that there were other things that you could have looked at by making a quick decision in a particular case. Isn't that true?
Objection, stay, is argumentative.
Sustain.
You would agree with me that it's not good investigative practices to rush to judgment in a case. Would you agree with that?
Certainly.
And in this case, you've described for us that these crimes occurred on the evening hours of June 12th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you shared with us early on that the complaint in this case was filed on June 17th, 1994. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that was on a Friday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was the district attorney who filed these charges?
Marcia Clark,
And Ms. Clark was at the scene of Rockingham on what date? What's the first time she came to Rockingham that you know of?
I believe she was there on the 13th.
On that Monday?
Yes.
And approximately what time?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
When you came back from being downtown at Parker Center after about 5 o'clock in the evening, was she there at that time, or had she left by that time, if you know?
I don't recall seeing her there.
You do not recall seeing her there?
I don't recall seeing her there Monday evening.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions about Rockingham. You described for us that you're going over to Rockingham from Bundy. You recall that?
Yes.
And with regard to this small red spot on the Bronco, did you see that yourself?
Yes.
Who pointed that out to you?
Detective Furman?
Mark Furman pointed that out to you also?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury the size of that this purported red spot on the Bronco?
As to size, it certainly wasn't what I would call a dime size. It would probably be much smaller than that.
Would you say it was smaller than an eraser head in a pencil?
I'd say perhaps about that size, maybe smaller.
And when you were out there, did you have any pictures taken of this spot or speck?
I left before the photographer showed up.
Could you see that with the naked eye?
Yes.
And was it when you were shown this by Mark Furman, did you have your flashlight, or was it light out by this time?
It was light enough to see.
And when you were shown this by Furman, were you the only one there at that time?
I believe so. I think Phillips and Van Adder were down the street just a bit.
And if you know, were you the first one shown that in sequence?
I was the closest to Furman, so I believe I was.
All right, and he called you over and showed this to you. And after you saw this small, perhaps a eraser-head-sized spot or speck, did you at that point look inside the car yourself? Look inside this vehicle?
At that point, no.
You didn't look inside with the use of flashlights at all?
Not at that point, no.
And this was the vehicle that was parked kind of at this funny angle, is that correct?
It appeared to be jetting out. The rear end appeared to be jetting out a little bit, yes.
Now, you mentioned something about the fact that you had information, or you thought that the maid was supposed to be there. Where'd you get that information from?
It was relayed to me by Detective Phillips after speaking with West Tech.
This was a Sunday evening, early Monday morning, is that correct?
This was early Monday morning.
All right. And you're aware that maids have days off, are you?
Some do and some don't, I imagine.
And this was hearsay information that you got from Detective Phillips about the maid supposedly being there, is that correct?
That would be probably hearsay, yes.
Now, you saw
That's irrelevant here, so they're not in court.
Sustain.
you saw two vehicles in the driveway that evening?
Yes, that morning.
And at the time that you directed Mark Furman to go over this wall, at that point, had you focused on Mr. O.J. Simpson as a suspect in this case?
No.
So the things you'd seen up to that point did not cause you to believe he was a suspect, right?
specifically recall discussing it with Phillips, Furman, and Van Adder that we felt we had an exigent circumstance and that someone inside could be bleeding or worse.
All right, so you were going in to save bodies, is that right?
We were going in to investigate if anyone, in fact, had been a victim, yes.
And before you went inside, did you look inside the Bronco anymore at all? Either visually or through the use of your flashlight?
I don't believe I did at that time, no.
You believe what?
At that time, no.
When both you and Van Adder were at the Rockingham scene, before you went over, had Furman climb over this fence, who was in charge?
It'd be Van Adder and myself working as partners. There wasn't one person who'd be in charge.
So you were both co-partners or co-lead investigators at that point?
Yes.
Now, you shared with us your notes. They were written chronologically at the scene on that particular date, June 13th, 1994. With regard to the alleged blood spots that were on the rear gate, did you ever write down or log that there were blood spots on that rear gate in your notes?
I don't believe it did.
And wouldn't that have been an important circumstance?
Not necessarily. That would fall under the purview of the criminalist collecting them.
I see. So a review of your notes indicates you didn't write that down, right?
I don't believe it did.
And that evidence, if it was there, was not collected until approximately 3 weeks later on July 3rd. Is that right?
That's correct.
And on July 3rd, you were going to show the DAs a walkthrough at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
Ms. Clark and then Mr. Hodgman. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you called, as I understand, the criminalist to the scene after you got out there on July 3rd. Is that correct? After 10 o'clock in the morning?
I believe that happened, yes.
Are we going to something new on this? Because we've visited this once thoroughly before.
Yeah, this is just covering the shot.
All right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
With regard to the lighting that you saw at the Bundy location, do you recall testifying for the grand jury in this matter regarding the lighting and the condition of the lighting at the Bundy scene?
I recall testifying at the grand jury, but not as to the specifics of the lighting.
Well, let me ask you if you were asked these questions and gave these answers. I think it's page 2. I guess it. Question, sir. When you arrived, can you tell me if you noticed the lighting in the front of the building there? Was there any? Answer, there was a porch light up the porch. Question, up on the landing. Answer, yes. Question, does that illuminate the walkway? Answer, yes. Question, in any effective way? Answer, it would have illuminated some way. The lighting, I wouldn't say was excellent, but it was far from being dark. It was illuminated. Is that official recollection of your testimony at the grand jury?
I would say that if that's what it says, certainly that's what I said.
And as you think about it, as you sit here now, is that a fair... Yes, and when I say that was the condition you found it in, answer yes. Now, as you think about it, as you sit here now, is that a fair and accurate description of the lighting that you saw out in Bundy on that night of June 12th in the early morning hours of June 13th?
No, certainly that's not all the lighting. That was the porch light.
I know there's other lights, but is that with regard to the lighting that came from the porch light, is that a fair and accurate statement of the lighting that came from that porch light?
As to the walkway, yes.
All right. Now, there were other lights also, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And overall, would you say the lighting there was made the premises far from being dark?
Well, that would be a subjective call. It certainly wasn't pitch black to the extent you couldn't see anything. I'd say the lighting was poor. but still light enough where you can see certain things.
All right. With regard to the blood spots that were going in a westerly direction toward the rear of the 875 location, you remember those?
Yes.
You described for us, I believe, on direct examination that at one point you saw footsteps that turned toward the house. You recall that?
They appeared to, yes.
And it was... Can you point out, if I were to show you, which I believe is 43A, or have 43A put up. Can you get 43A? Perhaps you can point that out for us.
Your Honor, I believe you'll need to cut the feed for this photo.
Mr. Pretlow is looking at that. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'd like to place a photograph before you, and I'm not sure of the number of this photograph, but I see the photographer's number 112 in this photograph off to the left toward the house. I'm going to place this before you. Can you look at that photograph? Do you recognize what's depicted there?
Yes, this is the walkway looking west.
All right. Can you look at that photograph, and before I put it on the Elmo, and can you show me where those footsteps are that point toward the house?
No.
In that photograph, you can't show?
No.
I believe you were shown this photograph before, and you were able to say there was a distance of perhaps 3 feet between where there's a footprint and where you found a drop of blood. Is that correct? Approximately?
Looks like a little more, but yes, approximately.
All right. And what is your recollection regarding, there was a blood drop found at number of the card that indicates 112. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is your best recollection of how far behind that purported blood drop was the closest set of footprints?
I don't recall. I would have to look at the stride analysis or the schematic or some better photographs on this.
Did you not tell us there was some kind of a measurement with regard to the tile or whatever? How far are each of those tiles? What's the distance of each tile?
I believe it's 11.5 by 11.5.
And your recollection, your belief was that 112 was perhaps 3.5 feet from the nearest footprints. Is that correct?
I believe the nearest footprints depicted here. This is a very poor photograph, and it's hard to tell with the sunlight on there.
All right. This is one of your photographs, but I'll see if we can get a better one. Now, can you look on there and tell us where the footprints were turned toward the house?
No, again, if I could see a schematic or a better photograph.
Now, with regard to the, you mentioned a couple of times a stride analysis. You use some kind of an expert to determine whether or not the person who dropped this blood, was that person running or walking? Did you use somebody to try to make that determination?
There were persons who looked at that, yes.
Have you got a report in that connection? You can answer that yes or no.
Well, I have a partial report on the stride analysis as to the blood. I don't.
You have a partial report on the stride analysis?
Yes.
It's your opinion that the person who was heading westbound toward that alleyway was dripping blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that connection, you and I discussed that that was a distance of approximately 120 feet, give or take, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
And in that 120 feet distance from the front to the back, you found what you believe to be 4 blood drops, is that correct?
Well, it'd be 5, including the one in the alley.
Well, there's one in the alley, which I'm separating out. That's in the alley.
Okay.
But 4 in this walkway area. Is that right?
That's correct.
Four blood drops in this 120 feet area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then the 5th one would be in the alleyway. Is that correct?
Yes.
It was established there's no way you could date those footprints, right?
Date the
You
footprints?
could date, you strike that. There's no way you could date any blood drops.
One cannot necessarily tell the age of a blood, no.
Right. And with regard to this matter, did you have an expert who did any kind of a blood spatter analysis regarding these blood drops?
There was someone who did look at blood spatter, yes.
And you have such an expert?
I don't, no.
By the way, with regard to the eyeglasses, were the eyeglasses ever checked or analyzed for any trace evidence that might be on them, on the glasses?
I don't believe so. I believe, in fact, that they are still in the envelope because tests are being conducted and were being conducted on the envelope.
All right, so your answer is you do not believe that the eyeglasses have been checked for trace evidence?
I don't know. That's been in the custody of the criminalist for some time.
All right, again, but now you talk about the criminalist. The criminalist works, however, under your direction, isn't that correct?
At the crime scene, yes.
And the criminalist is not a police officer.
That's
It's
correct. They're civilians.
civilian employee.
Yes.
You call them to the scene, is that correct?
Generally, yes.
And in this case, do you remember what time you called the criminalist to the scene?
I did not call the criminalist. The criminalist, I believe, was called by someone else to the Rockingham location.
All right, who called them to the Rockingham location?
I had received information from my partner that the criminalist was en route there, so it was either him or he had someone do it.
So you're not for sure who called?
No.
But at any rate, so that we're clear, the criminalist went to the Rockingham scene before ever coming to the Bundy location, right?
Yes.
And what was your best approximation of what time did the criminalist arrive at the Bundy crime scene?
The Bundy crime scene, I believe the criminalists arrived at approximately 10:15, somewhere in there.
And that would have been approximately an hour after the coroner's investigator arrived there at about 9:10, isn't that correct?
Yes.
In your investigations, do you normally like to have the criminalist there before the coroner arrives?
Under ideal circumstances, I would like everyone there as soon as they could get there.
And as early as possible, isn't that a fair statement?
Certainly.
Helps you do your job better, isn't that correct?
I would say so.
So in this instance, if Risky arrived at the scene at 12:10, the first criminalist on the scene would have been there about after 10 o'clock, 10:15? So perhaps that would be 10 hours and 5 minutes later? Is that right?
I believe that's the way it figures, yes.
The bodies had been moved by the time the two criminalists got there?
I believe they arrived at the time that they were getting examined by the and moved, yes, about that time.
Now, there's an exhibit that I think I want to check it out. Yeah, just a second. Exhibit defendant's 1039, Your Honor. All right.
With the reporter, please.
Detective Lang, who were the criminalists who ultimately came to the Bundy location on the early morning hours of June 13th, 1994?
Fung and Mazzola.
And what does the initials OIC mean?
Objection paid, relevant.
Overruled.
What does OIC mean?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with a form called the Crime Scene Investigation Checklist?
I believe it's a form that's used by criminalists in the field.
Have you seen that form before?
I probably have.
And with regard to the term search team, OIC name, do you know what that means?
I could only assume it's scientific.
Objection speculation.
Overruled.
It's a scientific investigation division form. I'm assuming that would be their criminalist search team at a crime scene.
All right, and as between Mazzola and Fung, who was the most experienced, if you know?
I believe Fung.
And were you aware of how many crime scenes before this Mazzola had worked on before this particular case in June 13th, 1994?
Objection hearsay, relevant.
If he knows.
Overruled, if you know.
Not at that time, no.
Now, you had worked with Fung before this date of June 1994? You knew him?
I knew who he was. I don't recall working any specific cases with him.
And as between Mazzola and Fung, if you know, which was the officer in charge? Which of the two of them were in charge?
I would have said Fung.
All right. May I show him this form, at this point now?
Objection, no foundation.
1039.
You can show it to him.
Thank you.
See if it refreshes any recollection.
Ask you whether or not 1039 refreshes recollection as to which was in charge.
Objection, that was not the question. And there's no need for refreshing recollection as to who was in charge, as detective has indicated he
Overruled.
knows. What was irrelevant, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Do you want my interpretation of this?
No,
No, it's just whether or not it refreshes your recollection as to which criminalist was in charge.
No.
It does not refresh recollection.
No.
All right. By the way, this particular form, is this the form that you thought it was? It's a criminalist form?
No, it's not.
All right. What is this form then? Crime Scene Investigation Checklist.
This is a form used by Scientific Investigation Division for their purposes.
And that's part of the LAPD?
It's part of the LAPD. It's not a form that I use or am familiar with.
All right. Have you ever seen that form before?
I believe in this case I probably have. Yes, it's in. It should be part of SID's notes.
All right. And as such, as between Fung and Mazzola or Mazzola and Fung, you didn't call either one of them on that particular day, is that right?
No.
A little bit more, so...
Keep going.
But now, all right, very good. You're not finished. Now, were you present at the Bundy location when the knit cap was taken by someone, by the criminalist presumably, and be booked into evidence?
I don't know if I was there or not.
You have any independent recollection of that at all?
No.
Do you remember seeing Fung at that location?
Oh, yes.
You remember seeing Mazzola at the location?
Yes.
Do you remember whether or not at some point Fung was placing items of evidence into a paper bag of some kind?
I don't recall specifically seeing him do that. I recall him being with the glove, and when I examined the glove, and putting it in the bag at that time, but I believe that was in the criminalist wagon in the truck.
All right. briefly about this before. You had asked and was assisted, you were assisted by Phillips in calling the coroner's office for the first call. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in your notes that you wrote down, you indicated something about the call being at 7:35, is it? That call was later than 7:35, isn't that correct?
I don't recall writing 7:35.
Well, let's refer to your notes. The crime scene notes, I think it's 054 is what I see. Counsel, the first page, Detective.
0547?
Yes, I-7 is cut off. You see at the very top there? It says something about Heath notified. You see that?
Yes.
It seems like that was written over. What does that say in your notes?
Coroner investigator Heath notified 0735.
Okay, 0735, that's 7:35 in the morning?
Yes.
And you know now from the reports in this case that the coroner was first called at perhaps 6:49, 6:50 in the morning, is that right?
Something like that, yes.
And that the second call was about 8:08 in the morning, is that correct?
I don't recall, but perhaps, yes.
All right, at the time that you had Phillips call the coroner the first time, did you know that Mr. Goldman and Miss Brown Simpson had died from knife wounds?
The time of the first coroner's notification?
Yes, the one just before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Not for sure, no.
Well, you didn't think they'd been bludgeoned to death, did you?
Didn't appear to be.
And you could see both their bodies, could you not?
Yes.
And you didn't think they'd been shot, did you? At that point?
I couldn't say.
You had no idea at all?
I felt that it could have been a combination of things, certainly. We more or less reserve judgment until the coroner's investigator gets there and we can examine further.
And would you subscribe to the theory that they, in telling the coroner's investigator that we don't know whether these bodies were bludgeoned to death or shot, is that was the state of your mind at that time when the coroner's first call was made, shortly before 7 o'clock on June 13th, 1994?
I didn't know.
All right. Did you ever at any time before it was collected ever examine this glove that we've seen depicted at the Bundy location?
Did I examine it?
Yes, sir.
When?
Early that morning, before it was ever collected by anyone.
In the presence of Mr. Fung, yes.
And this is before Fung, did Fung collect it after that, if you know?
I believe it had been collected.
And by collected, what do we mean?
Picked it up. I believe it had been picked up. In fact, what I testified to is I observed it in the truck. He was pointing out to me that there were to be careful of the glove, that there were hairs and fibers on it.
Fung pointed this out for you?
Yes.
And with regard to that glove, there were Caucasian hairs on that glove, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
You don't know that whether there were Caucasian hairs on that glove?
No.
Were there Caucasian hairs on either of the gloves?
I don't know.
You have no knowledge of that at all?
I've heard that I don't have all...
Not what you heard, just what you know.
How else would he know?
Well, I'm asking what he knows, and he'll have to tell us as the investigator, Your Honor, but not...
All right,
It's not a hearsay.
wait. And he'll have to tell us after lunch. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you finally. Detective Lang, your excuse ordered back for 1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, 1:30. We're in recess. So, Mr. Cochran, Mr. Bailey, Mr. Cochran, are you prepared to go forward?
I'm prepared to go forward, Your Honor. There's probably at some point I'm going to need Mr. Harris for the Elmo, et cetera, but I can go forward.
All right.
I guess I presume they're all locked out of the...
Well, we have Mr. Fairwell, who could probably assist us.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's have the jury, please.
Only if the defense pays for them. Files cost you too much money.
All right, give me back the money for those potato chips.
I take that back.
Them to be quiet. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies to you for the delay in getting started. We had a bomb scare down on the bottom floor, and the sheriffs and the LAPD had to evacuate 2 of the floors. They had to stop all the elevators. This is a day we started out, things were going so well, and naturally something had to happen. So that's the reason for the delay. The building has been secured, it's not a problem, and we're ready to proceed. And as spectators trickle in, there'll be a little more disruption than normal, because normally when we start the court session, nobody's allowed to enter the courtroom. But because of the late start, I'm going to let people sort of wander in on Scout's honor, that they'll be quiet as they do so. All right, Mr. Cochran, you may resume with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Detective Lang. Over the lunch hour, were you able to find that Bonita Ecuador label, the picture thereof?
I believe it's in evidence. I didn't get it.
You believe it's in evidence where? In this courtroom?
No, I believe it's at Scientific Investigation Division.
All right, do you have a photograph of it?
There's a overall photograph, as I stated, but there's not a close-up photograph. It's not a very good photograph.
And do you have that with you?
No.
All right, and what does this overall photograph show?
It shows looking down on the walkway at the stationary gate to the south, at the south side of the walkway.
And if you saw an overall photograph now, could you point it out for us?
Yes.
Because it's not been marked in this case, has it?
I don't believe so.
All right, let me see if I can find one. You can at least give us an approximation of where this label is found. All right?
Mr. Fairlow, you want to give Mr. Cochran a hand fishing for those exhibits, please? So we don't lose the easel again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, Mr. Fairlow will give you a hand with the...
Thank you. Can we step down also, yeah?
Certainly.
Perhaps we'll respectfully now just briefly show front of the board, it's plaintiff's 43,
All right, photographers are directed not to take any photographs of this item.
specifically 43D.
All right, 43D as in David.
D is in David. Well, over here. On 43D, can you show us where this Bonita Ecuador label is found in relationship to the post of the front gate? All right, Your Honor, he's pointing to an area just to the right of the post on the south side of the walkway. Is that right? On the south side of the walkway. It's a little, it's like a little label.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That's picture 43D.
Yes.
All right. Have you seen any other photographs which are clear with regard to that?
No.
Excuse me, Your Honor, with Mr. Fairlow's assistance, we have located one that does actually depict this label. Appears to be a fruit type label, right there. And we can put it on the Elmo and blow it up if you want.
I'll mark this as defendant's next in order, Your Honor.
1047?
1047.
All right, Peoples, excuse me, defense 1047.
1047. Put it on the Elmo, and then I think everyone can see it. And can you see, let's clear it up first. All right, now, can you see on your monitor?
Yes,
And is that a foot, is that a man's shoe?
appears to be that one, yes.
All right, and is that, will you point out for us, or let me ask you this, is the Bonita Ecuador label to the left of that man's left shoe there?
Yes, to the left of the shoe and to the right of the post.
All right, and that's the post on the south side of the walkway at the front gate, is that correct, sir?
At the stationary gate to the south of the walkway, yes.
All right, and that's the location, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Fairlawn. Your Honor, while we're about it, and we're looking at photographs, let me put People's 48 identification. This now placed Detective Lang, People's 48 and 48A. It's a larger photograph I showed you this morning. I want you to look at the card label 112. What is that?
112 indicates the location of a blood drop.
All right, and can you show us the closest footprint of that location?
Appears to be footprint here.
All right.
A little tough to tell because of the lighting. Perhaps another one here.
All right. In the foreground, there are some what appear to be footprints.
This appears to be one here.
Now, can you see on that photograph 48A where you say there's a point where the individual turns toward the building and there are two footprints that are going toward the building? Can you see that depicted from that photograph?
It'd be approximately this area here.
And now you're referring to an area in the center, about the center of 48A, is that correct?
Yes.
And describe for the jury how those footprints, which direction they were pointing to shoot.
The front was more or less pointed towards the left, indicating someone may have been turning around.
All right.
Turning back.
Is that the only place that you see shoe prints pointing toward the particular building?
Yes.
All right. While you're up, sir, with regard to 48, yeah, you recall that there was some berries or some kind of plant material on that back gate as you walked out the walkway there?
It's quite a bit of debris, yes.
And was there a tree above that, those berries or whatever?
There are bushes and trees off to the right of the
All right. With regard to this trash can back here depicted on 48J, was that one of the areas that was searched either for weapons or any kind of bloody clothes or whatever?
Yes.
Does this picture here seek to illuminate or portray that?
Yes.
And so to be clear again, on the right side and the north side of this Jeep Cherokee, that's where some of this change was found, is that correct?
Yes.
So I'm not totally clear, Detective Lane. Did you find 1 dime and 1 penny, or 2 dimes and 2 pennies?
My recollection is 1 dime and 1 penny.
And is that what was booked?
Yes.
Can you look, excuse me, can you look, take a look at your notes in your report and see if there's an indication that there were really 2 dimes and 2 pennies? Look at page 0555.
States 2 dimes and 2 pennies in the driveway north of the Jeep.
And is that what's depicted in that area, 48, is that 48F, I guess it was, near the trash can?
Seems to me there's 1 dime and 1 penny.
Well, what does your report say?
The notes say 2 dimes and 2 pennies.
Well, you wrote that? Is that in your handwriting? Or which is it, 2 dimes and 2 pennies, or 1 dime and 1 penny?
I observed 2 dimes and 2 pennies, if that's what's written there.
All right, that was written contemporaneously with your observation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, if you only booked 1 dime and 1 penny, why would you do that?
I didn't book anything. The criminal has collected and booked all those items.
All right, Detective, can I get you to use the microphone there, please? Thank you.
But this would have been pointed out to the criminalist by you. They did what you'd asked them to do, presumably, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you saw 2 dimes and 2 pennies, would you ask them to book 2 dimes and 2 pennies?
Certainly.
You wouldn't leave evidence out there, would you?
No.
And this is the same area, however, where near the right front tire of this particular Jeep, this small blue glass plastic heart was located, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And that blue plastic heart, was that also pointed out by you to the criminalist?
I believe so.
And I think that our testimony was that it was not booked until August, is that right? August
Yes.
94? Do you know when the dime and penny or dimes and pennies were finally booked?
I'd have to consult the criminalist report.
Do you have that in your report there? Can you do that for us?
Yes.
All right, excuse me, Mr. Cochran, perhaps we could have Mr. Douglas or one of your assistants move that diagram back because it's blocking the view of some of the jurors of Detective
No, I
Black.
can do it. I can do it.
Right. That's plain.
Look there.
That's plain. Thank you.
Yes, it's in the criminalist report, item 53.
And what does that report indicate?
Dime and a penny totaling 11 cents recovered from the driveway, 6 feet east of the west gate.
Presumably that was what was booked as evidence?
Correct.
What date was that booked?
On 6/15/94.
You saw this on 6/13, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, and the plastic heart, do you have the date that was actually booked?
Booked on August 25, 94.
That is the plastic heart.
Yes.
Okay, and if there's not too much trouble, what date was the Bonita Ecuador label booked?
The June 15th also.
And they were first seen on the 13th, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, your manual calls, the Los Angeles Police Department manual calls for evidence to be booked as soon as possible, isn't that correct?
Under certain guidelines. That is a guide. It's not a hard and fast rule. If there's evidence that's constantly coming in, well, it wouldn't necessarily be booked immediately.
Well, Detective, I understand that it's a guideline, but you're not supposed to carry evidence around with you in your pocket or take it home if you can book it. Isn't that correct?
Generally not.
Okay. As a matter of chain of custody, isn't the best procedure?
Objection, the witness obviously did not finish his answer.
Sustained.
Counsel, he was finished.
Do you have more to say, sir?
There are times when evidence would be secured in our office at Robbery Homicide Division.
All right. We're talking about in a usual procedure, if you see evidence at the scene, the best procedure would normally be to secure that evidence, bring it back, and book it, and keep the chain of custody intact. Isn't that correct?
That would be the preferable method unless some other situation existed preventing that.
And that's what your manual has in mind when it talks about booking evidence as soon as possible. Isn't that correct?
As a guide, yes.
And that's where you were trained. Isn't that correct, sir?
Again, yes, as a guide.
Okay. And as a guide, in this case, the sneakers were not booked the same day they were recovered, were they?
They couldn't have been.
All right. And the
I think we've gone through this, haven't
right.
we?
I'm moving on, Your Honor.
Oh.
Neither was Mr. Simpson's blood was not booked the same day it was recovered, was it?
Objection, the witness had nothing to do with that.
If he knows, Your Honor, he was there.
He wasn't there.
How do we
Were
know
you
that?
I was at the Rockingham location later that evening
When the blood was there, wasn't it?
when it was brought by.
All right, with Van Etter, right?
Yes,
All right. And was Fung there at that time?
I believe he was.
Did you ever see Van Etter give that blood to Fung?
No.
Now, that was on June 13 after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, is that correct?
Yes.
And you previously told us that on June 14th, the next day, which would be Tuesday, you were downtown at the SID lab, is that correct?
Yes,
As early as 7 o'clock that morning?
that's correct.
And the blood was booked finally at what time?
Objection.
Do you know?
Apples and oranges.
Wait.
It was, I know that we have 24 hours to book blood, and I know it was turned over to the criminalist. Aside from that, I don't know anything about it.
You don't know what time it was turned over, actually?
No.
If you looked at your chronological record for June 14th, 1994, would that tend to refresh your recollection?
I can check.
Can you look at that? And look at page 00007.
Okay.
And is that an indication that you were at the SID lab on 6/14/94 at about 7 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
And this is in your own handwriting?
Yes, it is.
When you talk about conferring with criminalists Matheson and Wong, who's Wong?
Wong is another criminalist who was present.
All right, that's not Fung. Somebody
No.
else?
I don't believe Fung was at that location.
How could you confuse Fong and Wong?
I was just asking, I said that wasn't Fung or Wong. Wong, he has Wong here, and I'm asking if that was not Fung, because I don't see Fung down here. Let me ask you another question. Did you indicate earlier that that the blood was turned over to Fung the next morning? Did you indicate that at some point?
Mr. Simpson's blood?
Yes.
I may have indicated that it was by my partner.
All right. And in your notes, I'm just trying to find out whether or not at any time you were at that lab that morning you saw Fung, not Wong, but Fung.
I don't recall seeing him. That's not his normal office. He's out of Northeast Station. I don't recall seeing him there. What I would have done is written down the names of the persons who were present.
All right. Now, what is the basis for your statement that you have to book blood within 24 hours?
You alluded to the manual, and that's in the manual that we have 24 hours in which to book blood.
Doesn't it also say you should book it as absolutely as soon as possible?
I believe this is 24 hours.
Doesn't it say you're supposed to book it as soon as possible, however, though?
Again, in regards to blood, I believe it does say within 24 hours.
All right, does it say it's booked as soon as possible and no later than 24 hours?
As far as blood, I don't believe so. I believe it's 24 hours.
Is it also supposed to be refrigerated as soon as possible, the blood?
From what I understand, that's preferable.
And would it be appropriate to take blood home with you at night and bring it back the next morning?
Take blood home?
Yes, to take a vial of blood home and book it the next morning after you took it, let's say at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 2:30 in the afternoon on a given day.
I've never heard of that happening. I would not do that, no.
You wouldn't do that?
No.
Now, in the course of your investigation in this case, did you or Detective Payne, under your direction, have occasion to investigate a complaint by Miss Nicole Brown Simpson of annoying phone calls?
I did not.
Be relevant.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Now, with regard to, I'd asked some questions earlier about Faye Resnick. Do you know of where Faye Resnick was on the date of June 12th, 1994?
Sustain.
Get up here. In the course of your investigation in this case, did you ever look at the possibility that drugs were a factor in these killings?
Superficially, we looked at the possibility of drugs. However,
You've answered the question. You looked at the possibility of drugs. I asked, did they ever look at the possibility of drugs? He answered that. He said, yes,
You can answer
superficially.
yes or no.
Yes. Did you answer yes, superficially?
yes,
And in that connection, did you look at the background of Faye Resnick between the period of June 3rd, 1994 and June 12th, 1994?
no.
Were you aware that she had moved in with Nicole Brown Simpson at some time after June 3rd of 1994, on or after June 3rd, 1994? Were you aware of that?
Overruled.
I had heard that.
All right. Were you aware that on or about June 8th, 1994, she was placed in a drug I'm asking if he became aware, Your Honor, if I can finish the question. I'm asking if he became aware in the course...
It's assuming facts that aren't in evidence. Sustain.
You, of course, have read or heard a tape statement taken from Faye Resnick, have you not?
I don't believe I've heard that statement, no.
Have you read or heard a statement taken from Dr. Christian Reichart?
I don't believe so.
Do you know where Faye Resnick resided after June 8th, 1994?
No.
You talked with Cora Fishman in connection with your investigation in this case.
I have not personally, no.
But she's one of the witnesses that you've had talked to by other investigators?
She was a non-cooperative witness. We attempted to speak with her several times, yes.
Have you seen a statement from her at this point?
I don't believe there's a statement.
Well, in this superficial investigation you did regarding the possibility of drugs, what did you do?
In any murder, there's always the possibility of drugs.
Can you answer my question? What did you do with regard to your superficial investigation regarding drugs in this case, not any murder?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer the question.
Considered the possibility that drugs may have been involved by looking for evidence of drugs at the scene or becoming aware of any knowledge that the victim might have had something to do with drugs. That's normally something we would do. We had another direction to go. This particular case, we had another direction to go.
And with regard to gathering evidence, sir, you have to go out. Part of being an investigator is to investigate to try to turn up evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And if you knew that there were individuals who had lived at this residence who might have some bearing on drugs, would it be reasonable for you to go and talk to those individuals, you personally, as the lead investigator?
If you had no other direction to go, and that was the logical sequence of events, yes.
All right, and once you make a decision that there's only one direction to go, then you don't go and look at anything else. Is that correct, sir?
No, that's not the case at all. If there is certain evidence pointing in one direction, you'd be remiss not to follow up on it.
All right,
That's the situation here.
Doesn't that mean you also should follow other evidence also?
If it's available, if there is other evidence, we certainly would.
And did you follow up in this case, the other evidence regarding drugs?
There was no other evidence.
Did you talk to Faye Resnick personally?
I did not.
Did Van Adder talk to her personally?
I believe he interviewed her, yes.
Is that a tape statement?
I believe it is.
Will he be testifying later on this week?
I don't know.
Still your partner?
That's correct.
You've talked to him about his conversation with Faye Resnick, did you not?
Briefly,
Did you talk to anyone else in your superficial examination or investigation regarding the aspect of drugs?
no.
In the course of your investigation, does the Los Angeles Police Department ever use dogs for tracking or maintaining scents in any homicide case that you know about?
I've never heard of that.
You've never done that in the 20-plus years you've been a homicide detective?
Never done it. I've never heard of it.
Now, right before we broke today at lunch, I was asking you about hairs on the gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do your reports indicate whether or not there were Caucasian hairs on the glove found at Bundy?
The report does indicate Caucasian hair, yes.
All right. Were there any Caucasian hair found on the other glove that was found?
That's my information, yes.
On both gloves?
I believe
Caucasian hairs?
so.
Were there Negroid hairs found on either or both of those gloves? If you recall.
I don't recall.
Forgive me if I asked you this before. With regard to this walkway where the bodies were found, what is the width of that particular walkway? If you can tell us.
Offhand, I believe it's 3 feet 11 inches or 4 feet,
Right at 4 feet?
approximately 4 feet. I
And
believe it
if-
varies.
I'm sorry.
I believe it varies a little bit.
Okay, but somewhere close to 4 feet. Is that a
Yes.
fair statement? If you recall, did your partner, Detective Van Adder, change clothes at all on the afternoon of June 13th, 1994?
I don't recall him changing clothes.
You have no recollection of that?
I don't think he had any clothes to change into.
All right. Were the two of you in separate cars when you left Parker Center?
Yes,
You drove back to Rockingham separately?
that's correct.
The vehicle that Mr. Kalin had parked the curb there at Rockingham in the morning, early morning hours of June 13th, was that a Nissan Z vehicle?
I believe so.
In your report at the Bundy crime scene, I think there's a reference to a dumpster in the alley. Is that dumpster in the alley, do you have any photographs of that, where that was located?
Yeah, I believe there are, yes.
And was that one of the places that were searched for either bloody clothes or weapons or knives or things of that nature?
Yes,
And I presume you didn't find anything in connection with this case, right?
that's correct.
Now, in that connection with regard to knives, you recovered a number of knives that were turned into you in connection with the search or searches done after June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
Yes,
Did you participate in purchasing a knife yourself?
no.
Now, with regard to Mr. Goldman, did your investigation at any point turn up that he was a young man who worked out regularly, was physically fit?
That's my understanding.
and that in some of the cards that you found in his materials, you saw the card of a personal trainer and a gym that he might have attended also, did you not?
I believe there was one, yes.
And were you able to ascertain how many wounds, if any, he sustained at the time of his demise?
Kind of vague, isn't it? Wounds?
Yes, sure, certainly, Your Honor. Thank you. Were you able to ascertain how many times Mr. Goldman was stabbed during the incident in which he met his death?
Oh, were you present at the autopsy?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next question.
Were you able to ascertain? Number of
Seems to
stab
me
wounds?
there were 7 or 8 stab wounds.
7 or 8, is that the total number?
As far as stabbing wounds, I believe so.
And were there other wounds?
There were slashing wounds, superficial cuts,
All right, so
I believe a contusion,
stab wounds, slashing wounds, contusions. How-
abrasions, contusions to the rear of the hands and fingers.
Altogether, how many wounds were there, if you know, based upon your observation of the autopsy?
As to each abrasion and contusion,
Yes, altogether.
I would have no idea. If you were to count each abrasion and each contusion on each finger and the back of the hand,
I understand.
as far as fatal wounds, I believe there were something like 4 fatal wounds.
Now, in the course of your investigation in this matter, did you at any time ever investigate any relationships with Mr. Goldman may have had to determine whether or not he had any enemies, anything of that nature?
I spoke with a former girlfriend, and there were other interviews by other detectives.
All right, let's talk about what you did. When did you do that?
I don't call the specific.
Well, approximately. Relationships with Mr. Goldman may have had to determine whether or not he had any enemies, anything of that nature.
I spoke with a former girlfriend, and there were other interviews by other detectives.
All right, let's talk about what you did. When did you do that?
I don't call the specific.
Well, approximately, when did you have this interview?
There's an interview on file. I don't recall. I don't know.
All right, is that the only interview that you conducted, sir?
In
Personally?
regards to a former girlfriend, I believe, yes, the only one I conducted.
Did you talk to any other former friends or present friends?
Personally, I did not.
Did you have occasion to investigate Mr. Goldman's contact with a business called Design Wrap, W-R-A-P?
I did not.
Did anybody on your direction do that?
I would have to look. I don't recall that.
And where would you look?
Much of that investigation initially was conducted by Detective Tippin and Carr, perhaps in their log, perhaps in their book.
All right. Now, at the crime scene, among officers and people who come to a crime scene, eating and drinking are not permitted. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And officers are trained not to eat and drink at crime scenes. Isn't that correct?
In the specific crime scene, certainly that's correct, yes.
And you've testified in this matter, at least earlier, that if you saw someone doing that, you jump on them right away, right?
If I saw them, yes.
All right. And if you saw even anyone from the coroner's office eating or drinking, you would curtail that activity also, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Something that you wouldn't want to have. Is that correct?
If it were outside of the crime scene, I don't have a problem with it. If it were certainly near evidence, certainly near the bodies, yes.
We're talking about inside the crime scene.
That's my same response.
And with regard to someone smoking, you wouldn't allow that either, would you,
Not at the crime scene.
in the crime scene? Now, last week when I asked you, you were sharing with us that you took these sneakers and you put them in the trunk of your car and took them home. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a video at this point now, if I can, Your Honor.
Yes, we have.
You've
We've,
seen it.
Cal, let me see you with the court reporter, please. As far as the jury is concerned, we're going to stand in recess now until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I need to look at some videotapes out of your presence. Remember my admonitions to you, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, don't let anybody contact or communicate with you with regard to the case, nor are you to perform any deliberations till the matter has been finally submitted to you. All right? We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right, Deputy Magnero, let's take the jury. Yeah, Mr. Harris, why don't you hold it there? All right, Detective Lang, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Yes, John?
Thank you. All right, witness is withdrawn from the courtroom, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I got additional questions.
Since we have the VCR running at this time, may I inquire of the defense, is there any other videotape that they wish to show the witness? They've alluded to people eating and drinking and other things already.
Mr. Glazer took it.
You know, this videotape, I believe, is the one we played on January 24th that's already been marked and is a court exhibit. There was a second videotape we played in connection with the opening that didn't get marked, but it was played. The defense was provided a copy, or the prosecution, of both of those tapes back around the time of opening. Since this excerpt was made, I took all of the tapes of clips that we have, put them all on a 2-volume set, which was provided again to the prosecution, I think on Friday. 2 volumes. It has everything put together. There's a lot of duplication, but it's all there. So they've had this for quite some time. They have it again. They can look at it anytime they want.
Is that-
Those are all the videos that we have up until we recently subpoenaed some more from some television stations. I don't know, we're still waiting for those to come in, but up until a week or so ago, this is everything we have, tapes from all the stations.
You know, I appreciate counsel's invitation to us to look at the videos that he's given us, but we have hours, a number of hours of videos, so we can't anticipate which 10-second segment of the hours of videos they've given us that they intend to present to a witness. But as for this particular video, our objection to this videotape stands. It's irrelevant. What does it prove or disprove?
All right, Mr. Carr.
I think we've done what the court asked us to do. I think it's clearly impeaching, and door closes. I'd like to show it tomorrow morning. The court calls his testimony. This is contradictory testimony. I want to show it and move on.
Well, if you recall, my concern was that it just abruptly stops at one point and doesn't show him actually drive off. And his testimony is that he put the shoes in the trunk, as I recollect, and then drove from the scene.
Box.
and it appears that he gets into the car, closes the door, and but the car doesn't move. But I have to tell you that given the crush of news photographers and other people, it's unlikely that he would have opened the door and gotten out and done anything other than drive off at that point, preferably driving over some of the reporters there. But, I mean, I can't think that he would get out of that car and do other than drive away. So, any other comment? All right, I'm going to allow the tape.
Thank you.
All right, anything else we need?
As I understand it, Mr. Darden is asking, is any other tapes be shown to this witness? No.
Okay.
All right, how much more do you anticipate, Mr. Cochran?
With Detective Lang?
All right, what's your guess, Ms. Clark, as far as redirect?
How long is it?
Hour. So we should be able to conclude Detective Lang tomorrow morning?
Then there's due cross, so.
For the record, we were given an hour and a half or so of videotaped information just this past Friday, and so the council was aware we object to the introduction of any portion of that videotape, and we would ask that council discuss with us his intention to use any portion of that tape prior to actually presenting it to a witness or flashing it in front of the jury.
What tape?
Okay.
All right, well, the court will view out of the presence of the jury any videotape before it's shown to the jury. All right, anything else, counsel, on this issue? All right, let's move on to the, I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey.
Change witness list of last Friday remains constant. You had moved from and up ahead of two others.
All right, so we're still on the schedule that the prosecution has previously provided the defense. Okay. All right, do you have is Mr. Hodgman available to discuss our discovery matters with Mr. Scheck? All right. Is he on his way down? Are the elevators operating? All right, Mr. Scheck, my understanding is this is just a matter of making additional samples available for longer periods of time?
There were three matters at issue.
All right, before we, is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, the one thing that I think was of the most immediate concern is there's a courier en route to Washington. I think we had raised that earlier with the court.
Well, let's wait till Mr. Hodgman gets
Right.
here. I just want to know if that's what the issue is.
Did you see the letter?
Yes, I got it faxed to me this afternoon. I read it once. What's our ETA on Mr. Hodgman?
Shoes, now identified as item number 415, are here. I received a phone call just as I was leaving for court confirming that those shoes had just been transferred from the property division to the scientific investigation division. So the shoes are not in Washington, D.C. They are not at the FBI lab. They are here in Los Angeles. We have a courier en route to Washington right now to pick up the socks and return with them to Los Angeles tomorrow. If the court will recall its order of February the 8th, the court stated that examination and testing shall be conducted locally unless good cause is made by affidavit or other similar showing. With regard to item 1, the socks and the shoes, I would submit that no good cause has been shown and that we will make those items available locally at the LAPD Scientific Investigation Division, but there is no need for the people to incur the additional expense of rerouting our courier to New Haven, Connecticut, and no need has been demonstrated.
All right, let's take it up item by item. All right, Mr. Scheck, with regards to the shoes and the socks.
Well, the first point to be made is that, as the letter indicates, and I'm sure we'll get into, there was a lot of confusion, unfortunately, on Saturday as to where important items of evidence were that impeded examination. And it was believed at the time on Saturday that those shoes were in Washington. So, and we spoke to Mr. Hodgman, called him before this letter was even faxed. apprised him of this situation, and I think it was his last inquiry just before he came down here, we was able to determine where the shoes were. So that's the reason, but the key point is the
Put all that
socks.
aside, Mr. Scheck. Forgive me for interrupting
Sure.
you, but let's sort of cut to the
Get
chase.
to the point.
We got the shoes, we got the socks. Both are going to be here. The shoes are here, the socks will be here tomorrow. Correct? Right.
That's the problem. As the court recalls, we set up this examination at LAPD painstakingly over the last 2 weeks. It was anticipated, certainly, that the testing at the FBI would be done. I think it was a week ago Monday, so that the socks would be here and we could have an examination of the socks, the shoes, the dress, the shirt, the relevant items of evidence, Mr. Bodziak's reports, so all that evidence could be looked at as a whole intelligently by our experts. As the court recalls, because of this courier problem, that they didn't want to send a courier out earlier in the week to bring the sock back so that it could be produced on Saturday, the sock was unavailable. I think...
Well, let's forget about all that. That's all in the past. The sock will be here tomorrow. The shoes are here.
Yeah, but-
How do we get them tested by the defense?
Well, the test and the examination has to be done by Dr. Lee,
Okay.
who is the one that has been doing extensive research into it. Dr. Lee was here, changed all his scheduling, came down here, was here to do this, couldn't get it done on Saturday. He's now in Denver. He has to go back to the East Coast. He has responsibilities there. And it seemed to us that the most expeditious and best thing to do in terms of expense, frankly, to both sides in this matter, was since the courier was going out, that the socks could be taken by that one courier to Dr. Lee's laboratory in New Haven so that he can perform his tests and examination on that sock. The problem we have is that the conditions that Dr. Lee and Mr. Morton and the other experts have to work under at LAPD are far from ideal. In fact, in certain instances, they're inadequate for purposes of conducting these tests. They need their own equipment, special equipment, particularly for the examination of these socks and hairs and fibers we'll get into. So Dr. Lee has strongly urged us to try to accomplish that, and it seemed to me I had to bring this to the court's attention, and I think we even raised it last week as a possibility when it became clear that no courier was going to be sent out last week to get the sock for Saturday, that there was a possibility when that courier came back that courier could, already in the East Coast, could go to Dr. Lee's lab and take it. We raised that last week, and we wanted to bring this to your attention immediately because that's critical evidence. It's coming in soon, and we want to have
So
a...
you're suggesting that we have a courier stop at the FBI, go to Dr. Lee's lab, and then bring it back here to L.A.?
That's right.
All right, what about the shoes?
Well, the shoes, obviously, we would prefer that he have those at the same time, but if all we can get is the socks, we'll take the socks, because that's critical.
All right, how do you propose to look at and examine the shoes if they're here in L.A.?
Well, what we were able to do for the present period was look at one set of shoes in the lab. Obviously, the other set were there, but nobody knew it. I know that the examinations that Dr. Lee wants to perform on the socks, there's one separate set he wants to perform on the socks and one set that he wants to perform on the socks and the shoes in combination, but the more painstaking ones immediately just concern the socks. So that would solve a lot of our needs if he got a chance to look at those socks right away. The relationship of the socks and the shoes is something that is going to be later in the trial, but I would expect in the next 2 weeks the socks are coming in, and so he wants to see those.
All right, Mr. Hodgman, what is the what objection do you have to the socks going to Dr. Lee's laboratory other than the additional expense?
Your Honor, there's been no demonstration of good cause. I would point out to the court that based upon a syllabus of sorts that we presented to the court last week, that these socks have been examined by the defense on 4 occasions including one several-hour examination by Dr. Lee at LAPD SID just a few weeks ago. So we have the matter of additional expense. We have the fact that these socks have been examined multiple times by the defense thus far, and Dr. Lee can come here. Part of the problem, as described or characterized by the defense with Saturday, is that they were trying to get a lot done in the same space. There's a conference room over at LAPD SID which seemed to be suitable when Dr. Lee examined those socks the first time around a few weeks ago. On this particular occasion, this last Saturday, we had Mr. Morton at one end of a large conference table, Mr. Lee at the other end, and things were a bit crowded. If we removed half of the examiners for purposes of conducting a single examination, I think once the equipment is brought in, whatever equipment the defense wants to bring in, the conditions or the problem with the conditions will be solved. So the people object that there's no showing of good cause. We ask that this examination be done locally. In addition, Your Honor, we only have a courier who would be available to take the socks. We still have the matter of having a monitor or a special master or someone like that who would have to be arranged if we were to go to the New Haven lab. So our position is, let's have Dr. Lee come here and examine the socks at LAPD SID.
When do you anticipate in your consultations with Ms. Clark when these socks will be offered into evidence by the people?
I can't address that, Your Honor.
When is Mr. Scheck, when is the students that Dr. Lee can come to Los Angeles and use lab facilities here and examine the socks?
I don't know the answer to that immediately, but I would just point out that before the socks were taken to the FBI for testing, when that was announced and decided, we flew Dr. Lee in for the first meaningful examination of the socks, first time any expert could touch and really examine the socks. He did that at the last minute. If you recall, we flew him down at 6:55 in the morning from Seattle to go to the lab. We got a microscope that was the best that could be obtained on quick notice, that was not nearly powerful enough, and he was able to essentially start a first examination. Since then, they've been tested again. There are complicated things he has to do. There's an infrared videotape that was taken by the prosecution's experts of the sock in various spots. They've had Mr. Englert look at it. They've had various different experts look at it for long periods of time. We really have to study the sock. The conditions, most respectfully, at LAPD and the various equipment that's needed are woefully inadequate for that purpose. And if the court desires an affidavit from Dr. Lee to that effect, immediately, I will locate him to get it. But the reason I want...
is, when is he available to come to Los Angeles? And
I don't think he's available, to my knowledge, to come to Los Angeles for at least the next week. And I know it's very difficult for him to make this time. That's why we tried to make these arrangements.
Are there any other
Saturday.
lab facilities here in the county of Los Angeles that Dr. Lee would find acceptable to use?
We've investigated this, and the problem is getting all the equipment that's necessary in one place at one time, and getting the material there. Frankly, the amount of money that was expended in overtime, in opening up the LAPD lab to give us an opportunity to go in there, where the facilities were inadequate for studying this evidence for lots of purposes, I'm sure cost money. I can't imagine that the cost of this courier staying over an extra day to take the socks, or 2 days to take the socks to New Haven for purposes of this one examination, could possibly be as high as the costs of opening up that whole lab, arranging for things to be brought over, having a photographer come, having district attorneys and everybody else sit and watch, take notes, and make all those logistical arrangements.
There's no other lab facility here in the county of Los Angeles that's available to you for this testing that would be adequate?
We have made inquiry, and we have not found anything that approaches the instrumentation that Dr. Lee has available to him in his lab. After all, he's perhaps the foremost expert in these areas in the country, and he has lots of state-of-the-art equipment that are not available, that we can find in any one lab in this immediate vicinity. So it would be...
I have to tell you, Mr. Scheck, that I agree with Mr. Hodgman's position that the indication was I would allow this testing to go on outside of the state of California if there was a showing of good cause, which I haven't seen here. I mean, we've talked about stereoscopic microscopes, which I'm sure they're a dime a dozen.
Oh, no.
Sure they are.
Dime a dozen?
$1,000 a day, was it $1,000 a day?
They're available here
Well,
in the county of Los Angeles.
Well, there are other facilities and other kinds of tests that he, I think, intends to do.
All right,
He made
Mr.
that
Scheck-
point to me
Mr.
strongly.
Scheck, then why don't you do this? Why don't you get a declaration from Dr. Lee as to what it is he wants to do, what kind of equipment he needs. I need a declaration from you that all of this equipment isn't available here locally, and that there's good reason to have to do it otherwise. Then, if I do grant that, I will probably require you to pay the cost for that,
Pay the cost of,
the additional courier cost.
the additional courier cost of going out there.
Right.
Well, I think that, frankly, that would be far preferable to us and far less expensive for the city of Los Angeles and for everybody else. For us to pay that courier, I'm sure it wouldn't even be approaching what it takes to rent all the equipment and bring everybody over into a situation that isn't going to be as good as it would be if it were sent out there. So what I'm really urging the court is that part of the good cause is that if it's done the way that we urge it be done, it's cheaper.
All right, number two.
Your Honor, with regard to that, we would like an opportunity to be able to explore with labs locally, once we obtain the affidavit or declaration from Dr. Lee, what equipment he needs, because I believe it can be done locally, and we would prefer that it be done locally.
Well,
Those socks...
That's why I'd like to see an affidavit telling me what kind of equipment we need and what we're talking about.
See, that courier is going to be getting on a jet tomorrow morning in Washington to bring those socks back. I'm informed that the socks will be back here at 3 p.m. tomorrow. So that's the timeline we're dealing with. But, Your Honor, our preference is, let's do it locally. If it has to be an independent lab, then it can be an independent lab that presumably has the equipment that Dr. Lee requires, and the defense has chosen...
I'm not restricting this to the county of Los Angeles. I mean, just any contiguous county. I know there's some good crime labs down in Orange County, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure we can find a lab somewhere.
Yeah.
Sheriff's lab, who knows?
And there's one additional wrinkle in the socks, Your Honor, and that is this. Pardon me.
It's a little late in the afternoon to be doing that to me, Mr. Hodgman.
Mr. Scheck informed me that Dr. Lee would like to do some cutting with regard to the socks. And if that's the case, that's going to necessitate certain specialized personnel from on our part, to be able to observe what goes on. So that gets folded into the mix as well.
All right. Well, like I say, when I see the affidavit of good cause, I'll think about it. And we'll see. You'll have the opportunity to respond, Mr. Hodgman. All right. That one's still on the table. All right. Number two, trace evidence.
Your Honor, with regard to number two, once again, we have a situation where this trace evidence, which, other than the items from which it was collected, but otherwise specifically not specified in the defense request, has been examined by the defense. This, as the court will recall, the trace, that is the hair and fiber evidence, was examined by Mr. Schulberg in Virginia some months ago. In addition, Mr. Morton had an opportunity to view this trace evidence in Albany just a few short weeks ago. So again, as we have a request for movement of this trace evidence, I'm asking that it be done locally under the same terms and conditions as we're contemplating for item number one. That is, it can be done locally. Here, the defense was aware of the conference room situation. The setting was chosen. We opened up the LAPD lab with the understanding that this was going to be acceptable. and we receive a declaration today that somehow was unacceptable because the defense apparently tried to do too much on one day. So again, I would submit that if the defense is a little bit more reasonable in terms of what they try to accomplish over at LAPD, Mr. Morton's examination can be done at LAPD or in the alternative, some local lab nearby, without necessitating great movement of these items of evidence.
Mr. Scheck?
Yes, we would rely on Mr. Morton's affidavit. I beg to differ with Mr. Hodgman about what could or could not be accomplished and what space was or was not available and what was anticipated. We didn't anticipate that we would have to necessarily stay in that one room. A request was made to go into the microscopy room by Mr. Morton, and Mr. Matheson informed him that it was against policy for him to do so. I don't think that there's any serious question among criminalists, or frankly, even the people in LAPD, that the kind of examination that's necessary to look at all these hairs and fibers, as Mr. Morton describes, absolutely cannot be conducted under those kinds of conditions. It takes a long period of time to go through these bindles, some of which we have created because we found new evidence on the same key pieces of the same items that previously had been examined by the prosecution's experts. We found more. We want to look at all that together. Some slides have been mounted. To the extent that you can look at a mounted slide, it's easier. But it turns out, upon examination of the evidence, that most of this is not mounted. So what he has to do is carefully go through each of these things, look at them, decide which ones to mount. It's a painstaking process. It can't be done in a marathon session.
What I got out of Mr. Morton's declaration is that he says it's painstaking, it's time-consuming, it takes a lot of time, and I need more time. That's what I got out of the 3 pages here.
Yes, and also that the way that this has been done in the past in almost every other case that he deals with rare exception, is that ordinarily the evidence is simply sent to his laboratory by various jurisdictions in California, including Los Angeles prosecutors, Sheriff's Department on other occasions, and it's taken to his lab and he looks through it.
All right, Mr. Hodgman, why can't we do that in this case? Mr. Morton's local, semi-local, Alameda County, well-known to you, well-known to me.
And the reason why, Your Honor, is they've already had 2 shots at this very same evidence. Mr. Schulberg last fall, and the Albany trip, which was arranged at great expense, that the defense had 3 days to examine this evidence back in Albany, or at least the better part of 2 days. Mr. Morton was there. Why is it that we need to do it again? I haven't heard any good cause justification for that yet.
Well, let's assume that I accept the argument that there's so much of this stuff, this trace evidence, and that it's very time-consuming to look at. How would you propose we allow Mr. Morton 2 or 3 additional days to look at this stuff?
I would submit, Your Honor, that Mr. Morton, if you feel he needs 2 or 3 more days, but they have had time. But putting the time issue aside, we would like the evidence to remain locally. As the court saw it fit in its order, we have a preference for this type of evidence to be examined locally. In this particular instance, I would submit we either use the LAPD facilities. Mr. Morton can bring in what he needs. Again, part of the problems this past Saturday was because they were trying to do too much in the space that was chosen. That can be remedied by simply being reasonable in terms of what they're trying to accomplish in the space that is given to them and in the time that is allowed.
All right, Mr. Scheck, Mr. Morton does not include in his affidavit any indication as to what equipment he needs for this examination.
Yes, well, I think it's known to the prosecution that it's a comparison microscope, and the only one we were able to get from him down here that was like his was not, as he said, up to his standards of the one he has in Northern California. Now, this is in California. It's in Northern California. And there's, they wouldn't let us use the microscopy room at LAPD. It doesn't have comparable equipment in the first instance, and it is just not reasonable, given the fact that they had these fibers and hairs and were looking at them from the 8th of August through the 7th of September at the FBI and their facilities. This takes time. We did the best we could under those circumstances in Albany. We've generated yet new evidence from the same items recovered at the scene. And frankly, right now, we're only focusing on the most important items of evidence that have been introduced and are going to be introduced in the trial. And there's a need for us to get this done expeditiously. He's willing to sit there, get rid of all his other cases, and sit there and get this done just by looking at this 3 days in a row.
What would be involved as far as courier and special master services?
Well, I would say this. At this point, given the problems that we have, I would welcome the appointment of a special master to go through this discovery. Nothing could be better from my point of view to try to work this out as best as possible. I don't know. It's up to the prosecution. I mean, they can have somebody sit in the room and photograph him looking at a microscope for 3 days, or they could do what's usually done and let him look at the evidence.
Your Honor, I would point out once again, there is still the issue of why, when they had the opportunity in Albany and time, in the lab of their choosing,
Yeah.
and LAPD will make the room available, they can bring in what equipment they want to bring in, and then it's Mr. Morton's time. LAPD will allow the time there at SID. Why do we have to move the evidence? No good cause has been shown.
All right. Mr. Scheck, I don't see any reason why we should do it this way. I think what you need to do, I agree Mr. Morton should have additional time to look at these things. The prosecution isn't willing to let it go to Alameda without a fight. I haven't seen anything here that the equipment is completely inadequate.
Well, I think he spells out pretty clearly about the working conditions.
Working conditions doesn't tell me anything. What I need to know is I need a Model X, XYZ stereoscopic comparison microscope. You know, I need this light source, I need that. It's not available here.
He did indicate in his affidavit that in addition, a rented comparison microscope of limited capacity was made available. It takes about an hour to set that up. That was the best microscope, we got it from Mr. Sugiyama, I believe, that we could find in the area to do it for these purposes.
All right, so what's involved with bringing his microscope?
He can't do it. We've asked him that on a number of occasions. It's just not movable. It's planted in his lab, apparently. He says it's just not transportable. We've asked him to...
All right, what's the name of this microscope?
I don't know. I'll have to find out.
All right. Have him call my clerk this evening with the name, number, model number, who manufactured it, who rents it. I'll find you one. Or more appropriately, my law clerks will find you one.
The only other thing I would note is that in terms of the working conditions, one problem is that every time that a bindle was opened or he was looking at a slide, somebody would come running over, take a picture of it. There was the danger of all the evidence, being blown across the table. It's very, very difficult and unusual circumstances. And I think everybody there recognized it. It wasn't the nature of the room, it was the nature of the circumstances.
Okay, well, get me the model number, name, serial number, et cetera, I'll find you one. All right, last matter are the updated tracking lists. Mr. Heidman.
Your Honor, with regard to that, I have to rely upon information I was given by Mr. Matheson last week. With regard to the sets information, there was an attempt to achieve a printout of the information last week, and apparently the printer, be it antiquated or otherwise inadequate, broke down. There was some sort of meltdown with the printer.
All right. What's the bottom line? When can you have these things available?
Mr. Matheson was off today. I don't know. He informed me last week that they were getting some new software which would allow them to be able to print out the sets information, but that was going to be arriving within 2 weeks of last week. And with regard to the APINs information, at this point, I don't know.
All right. Mr. Matheson will be in tomorrow?
Yes.
All right, why don't you report back to me by the close of the morning session tomorrow as to when these items will be available, because I think the defense is entitled to look at those. All right, anything else?
Yes.
Let's see, if I may, Your Honor, just one point with regard to the hair and fiber information. I realize the court is just trying to craft a way for the defense experts to take a look at it. I would simply point out they've had opportunity and time before. We've had the Albany.
Well, the problem is every time we look at these things, though, there's an ever-expanding number of items to look at, and this stuff really is time-consuming. It really is, if you've ever done any microscopy before. It's very tedious, time-consuming stuff to do.
One more matter I should bring to the court's attention. I didn't include the letter because I was making inquiries about labs in the Los Angeles area and trying to get experts. When we were in the lab on Saturday, we were given access to the original copies of notes by criminalists. And an examination of that reveals to us that we need to have those looked at by a question document examiner. And I can provide to the prosecution the exact items that we have in mind. I know Mr. Goldberg was sitting there with me for quite a few hours and saw me tabbing every page, so he knows exactly what we're looking for or what items are at issue. But I want to put him on notice that that's what we want to do with that notebook of items that were filled out by the criminalists, the originals of which we first saw on Saturday. Dr. Lee took a look at those as well, and we know we want an examination of those documents. I've made inquiry of a lab in Los Angeles that I know could be available, and Mr. Harris. However, he can't do the case because of other time commitments, and so I'm looking for another expert who I can have go and use this lab in Los Angeles. I assume that that plan, given the constraints here, is a sound one. But I wanted to put them on notice that that's something we want to do right away.
All right.
Well, Your Honor, that may be something they want to do, but I haven't heard any justification or reason why. If the defense, either by way of motion or by way of letter, perhaps.
I assume that was just Mr. Scheck putting you on notice that that's something that may occur.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
And frankly, I don't know why. I guess my problem here is I understand the difficulties involved in this case, but we are only trying to get an opportunity to examine the evidence before it's put on. We're in an unusual situation. I've looked at the court's ruling on the testing question and read it again and again and again. And my concern that I've expressed before to the court, and just to put it on the record, is that when the court made its ruling that the prosecution could continue testing through the trial without any particular time limits, balancing the defendant's need for a speedy trial and the situation we were thrown into. One consequence, however, that wasn't specifically addressed or even argued by me or considered is that as all these items were essentially being frozen for purposes of potential DNA testing, genetic testing, and whatever other kinds of testing they wanted to continue to perform as this case went on, that made it impossible for the defense to get access to do its testing until the prosecution was finished. So what we have going on in this trial is an unprecedented situation from the point of view of our experts who...
Well, Mr. Scheck, I've agreed that I think you're entitled to test this stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. See you all tomorrow, 9 o'clock. Sure. Mr. Douglas.
May it please the court. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Your Honor, there really is, as I see it, no real basis to challenge the relevance of the sought information and the fact that, in fact, this information would be critical to a full cross-examination of Mr. Furman. I think, Your Honor, in this regard, it would be important to review not only the personnel files from Parker Center, but any relevant personnel files from West Los Angeles as well. I'm unsure whether the court had the benefit of reviewing each of the separate personnel files last fall when the court reviewed and visited this question earlier concerning Mr. Furman. But I specifically, in this motion, this amended motion, sought to have the internal affairs investigatory files of each particular office because I'm informed that it is the practice of the Los Angeles Police Department to retain a personnel file at the local division level and a separate file downtown at Parker Center. There are, Your Honor, I believe, 3 areas of inquiry that I do not think there's really any dispute as to the wisdom of having an in-camera review. And all that we are seeking by this motion, again, is an in-camera review. I think that the court can take notice of the record that was made in the other hearing, the challenges that were made there as to the propriety of examining the personnel file of Mr. Furman, and whether or not there are issues of relevance that may be germane to discovery. The 3 areas that we are seeking, though, concerns an investigation that was published, that was conducted by the Internal Affairs Division after Mr. Tubin's article was released in the New Yorker magazine. The details of that investigation, Your Honor, will impeach witnesses who may well testify in the future, but may also be very germane to our attempts to further impeach witnesses who have testified in the past. I am struck, for example, that Officers Risky, Rossi, Lang, and Phillips were all present at the scene before the arrival or near in time to the arrival of Mr. Furman, and I am certain, or I suspect, that each of these officers were among the 14 or so that were interviewed in connection with that earlier investigation. I think it also very important, Your Honor, that the investigation over the possession of some cartoon or other picture that may have included a Nazi-like symbol or insignia is another matter that has some possible relevance to a full cross-examination of Mr. Furman. This information, as the court is aware, came to everyone's knowledge through the district attorney's office, who informed both counsel and the court of their awareness of this investigation. We were also informed in chambers of the DA's awareness of an investigation that occurred over statements allegedly made by Mr. Furman, suggesting that Mr. Furman may have had some intimate knowledge of Ms. Brown Simpson, or in fact portions of her anatomy. Clearly, both areas of inquiry are very germane to the issues that we have put forward and to the areas that the court has already ruled is relevant. As to the third area, certainly, if in fact there is any proof that there was some personal contact or acquaintanceship between Mr. Furman and Ms. Simpson, that would be very probative in providing perhaps some bias or basis for bias or basis for some other harboring of ill will or motive against Mr. Simpson in particular. Certainly, if there is something to suggest that Mr. Furman was in possession of some Nazi-like symbol or other cartoon or another, in any other context, that also would be very relevant to our claim that Mr. Furman may well harbor certain racial attitudes or thoughts or opinions that might be contrary to a fair airing of the evidence in this case, and that might be very relevant to a jury's assessment of his credibility as a witness. I think that there is no challenge that these investigations existed. I think there can be no real contravention that in fact it is necessary for a full examination of Mr. Furman that we receive these documents. These are not matters that we're on a fishing expedition about or pulling out of thin air. In 2 of the 3 matters, we were informed by the DA's office that in fact these investigations had recently been completed and that the only mechanism by which the documents could be obtained would be by the filing of this motion.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Walsh. Morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have a couple of points upon which I agree with Mr. Douglas and a couple that I disagree. First of all, I certainly agree that it's appropriate to have an in-camera review of any documents which the police department might possess which bear on the matters raised by Mr. Douglas's motion. Second, I agree that this is a continuation of a previously held Pitchess motion, and that we are not challenging materiality. However, a determination of relevance, unlike Mr. Douglas's position, will be made by you in chambers pursuant to the provisions of Evidence Code Section 1043 and 1045. And assuming that there are documents which relate to the matters described in Mr. Douglas's motion, I have confidence that the court will make that determination of relevance after it has had the opportunity to review those documents. And we're prepared at this time to go in chambers at the court's convenience.
All right. Ms. Lewis, do you wish to be heard on behalf of the prosecution?
Only to say, Your Honor, that I am confident the court will find nothing within any of these files to be relevant to these proceedings.
All right, Mr. Tortolo.
Morning, Your Honor. Basically, I echo what Mr. Walsh said. With respect to the personnel files, we have no objection to Your Honor, as we didn't have an objection in August, reviewing in camera in accordance with the Evidence Code, Detective Furman's personnel records. We didn't have a problem then, we don't have a problem now. As to the alleged rumors that are part of an alleged internal affairs investigation, we don't know anything about that. I only know what I read in the paper. One of the rumors was that with respect to the internal affairs investigation, Detective Furman has no information as to what those are about. I have no information. As Your Honor knows, internal affairs investigations, if one is taking place, go in a process. They interview different officers. To ask that the court order the Internal Affairs Division, the LAPD, to release whatever material they have as to an investigation that may be in process would be very unfair to Detective Furman, if indeed it was about Detective Furman. These are only rumors, unsubstantiated rumors. And I would say with respect to the personnel files, we have no objection to Your Honor reviewing those in camera. We didn't the last time. And I'm confident Your Honor will find there's nothing in those files that would be relevant to these proceedings. But to start digging into internal affairs in connection with an investigation that's in some stage of its investigation is terribly unfair. Wait until it's completed, if in fact there is such an investigation. But these are just unsubstantiated rumors that were floated up, and all of a sudden I read in the LA Times that the Internal Affairs is allegedly investigating rumors with respect to Detective Furman.
All right.
So I would ask that you deny the motion as to the Internal Affairs, and that you would review Detective Furman's personnel records in camera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tortolo.
Mr. Turlow wasn't privy to the conversations in chambers which gave rise to the filing of this motion. But we were notified by the District Attorney's Office that there was an internal affairs investigation, and it had been hoped that the DA's office would be able themselves to obtain the results of that investigation at its conclusion. Once the investigation had been concluded, we were then notified by the DA's office that they would be unable to obtain the results of that investigation, save for by the filing of this motion. And it was not any rumors, but our being placed on notice by the DA's office that there was this investigation, that it had been concluded, and that the only way that the results would be released would be by the filing of this motion that instituted this procedure today. And we are specifically looking at the Internal Affairs Division and those records, and that was specifically identified in my request.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Ms. Clark, let me ask you, when do you anticipate, in the scheme of things, assuming that we finish Detective Lang today, when do you anticipate calling Detective Furman as a witness?
Mr. Darden informs me that he will be following Detective Lang.
All right. Mr. Walsh, then, what I'm going to do is I anticipate it will take us the remainder of the morning at the very least to conclude Detective Lang. We have not finished cross-examination. We have redirect, recross. Okay. What I'm going to do, Mr. Walsh, is the custodian records present?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to order that custodian records. Who is that person?
Sergeant Jack Rose, Your Honor.
All right, Sergeant Rose, I'm going to order you return to this courtroom at 12 noon with the personnel records that have been mentioned.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel, I'll conduct the in-camera review at noon time. I'd like to start with the jury, get that done, and then I'll conduct the in-camera over the lunch hour.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Mr. Cochran, Ms. Clark, anything we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark? Anything else we need to discuss before we invite the jurors to join us? All right, Mrs. Robertson, let's have the jurors, please. All right, let the record reflect that Detective Tom Lang is still on the witness stand. Good morning, Detective Lang.
Morning, Your Honor.
You're reminded you're still under oath.
Yes.
Mr. Cochran, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Hope conclude, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Detective Lang.
Morning.
At the end of the day, yesterday, we were talking about the meeting that had taken place, I believe, on June 14th, 1994, at the SID lab. And I'd ask you to refer to your chronological record, page 00007. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in that meeting, you would indicate that you had conferred with criminalists Matheson, Wong, Yamauchi that morning at about the time or before the sneakers were turned over. Do you recall that?
I believe I conferred with Matheson, and Wong and Yamaguchi were present.
Now, would you be surprised to learn that the SID unit has never had a Mr. Wong in the last 17 years?
I don't know.
Would you be surprised to learn that?
Not necessarily.
Could you have misplaced and meant Fung when you said Wong?
Certainly possible.
Now, in fact, you did, in fact, see or talk with Mr. Fung that particular morning, did you not, of June 14th, 1994?
I may have.
Have you seen the property report with regard to the Reebok shoes that were turned over?
I believe I have.
Counsel. I want to place before you the property report. I think it's dated 6/15/94, and it deals with item number 18 of evidence. And read that to yourself, and I want to ask you a question with regard to it.
Okay.
You read that?
Yes.
And does that refresh your recollection as to what time you actually turned the sneakers over to the individuals at the SID lab?
It states 8:30. I turned them over to Mr. Matheson at approximately 7 a.m. for an examination.
All right, and that was some kind of a determination to determine whether there was blood on those tennis shoes?
Yes, I had requested that he do a presumptive examination.
And that examination, the presumptive examination, took only a few minutes, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And then I think you've testified before that these tennis shoes were negative for blood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so, well then, was that around 7 o'clock you did that?
That's approximately the time that I arrived and turned them over, yes.
All right, and then what happened for the next hour and a half or so, if you recall? I
wasn't there for an hour and a half.
So where the property report indicates that it was received from Detective Lang at 8:30 on 1/14/94, is that correct?
I would say that it was received by the lab at 7 a.m. or approximately 7 a.m. and was probably turned over to Mr. Fung at approximately 8:30 as indicated by Mr. Matheson.
All right, and this report is a report done by Fung and Mazzola, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I perhaps should mark this report since I'm referring to it. The defendant's next in order.
1048.
1040, all right, D 1040. All right, and so...
We're not talking about admissibility, it's marked for identification purposes.
Yes. And read this middle part here read that to yourself, with regard to the criminalists in the lab.
Okay.
You read that?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the item we're talking about, the Reebok, was in fact recovered by criminalist Fung in the particular lab on June 14th, 1994. Is that right?
That's what it states.
All right. Is that your understanding also?
I believe that's a figure of speech as far as being recovered. It was taken into his custody. I'd imagine you could say it either way.
All right, or received. Is that a fair statement?
Certainly.
All right. Can you tell us or describe for us the equipment that's kept in your vehicle when you go out to the scene of a homicide, such as plastic bags and things of that nature? Can you describe that for us?
I do have some plastic bags, envelopes, disposable rubber gloves. I believe we have an AIDS kit.
What is that?
AIDS kit for the recovery of syringes.
All right. Anything else you can recall?
Notebooks, pencils, flashlight, rules, measuring devices, measuring tape.
Now, you had several conversations with Ms. Radcliffe, the coroner's investigator, on the morning of June 13th, 1994. Is that correct?
I had conversation with her, yes.
Can you give us an estimate of approximately how long you talked to her that morning while she was at the scene?
There were more than one conversation. It was off and on. I was doing other things, and I really couldn't say.
You have an estimate at all of how long altogether you may have spoken to her in all the various conversations, sir?
As far as strictly conversation?
Yes, sir, conversations.
It's very difficult to say.
Do you have any estimate at all?
I couldn't pin myself down to an estimate. Perhaps strictly conversation, maybe 15, 20, 25 minutes, maybe longer.
All right, somewhere 15 minutes or longer. Would that be a fair statement?
I don't know.
All right.
I just don't know.
And you have no notes which refresh your recollection in that regard?
As far as how long that I spoke with her?
Yes.
I wouldn't have anything like that.
All right. Now, yesterday we touched upon briefly the fact that your notes do not reflect any spots that resemble blood on the rear gate. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And in addition to that, you did, in fact, a diagram or a sketch of that rear gate in your notes also, did you not?
Yes.
And you don't place any spots or any indication of any blood in your diagram in your notes either, do you?
No, I wouldn't have done that.
All right. So the answer is you do not have that in your notes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with regard to the scene at Bundy, and on one of the videos, we saw that at some point a sheet was either placed over the body or a sheet was over the body. You recall seeing that?
I believe it was a blanket, yes.
All right, and it was white in color, was it not?
That's correct.
And with regard to that, this particular sheet or blanket, do you recall whether or not that sheet was taken and booked as evidence?
No, I don't believe it was.
Was there one blanket or sheet for each body, or was it the same sheet for each, or for the two bodies? Did you have two sheets or one sheet?
No, there was only one sheet, and that was to cover the one victim from public view.
All right, and that was the Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
That's correct.
And when that scene, the crime scene, was broken down, that sheet was just left on the ground, is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Now, it's important, is it not, as an experienced investigator, for you to attempt to preserve any possible trace evidence, isn't that correct?
Trace evidence, certainly.
All right. And trace evidence can be very fragile, isn't that correct?
It can be.
And so that we're clear and we're talking about the same thing, what is your definition of trace evidence?
Trace evidence can be hair or fibers or any other type of evidence, debris that may not be readily visible to the human eye.
And trace evidence can be moved from one surface to the other pretty easily, isn't that correct?
I guess that would depend.
And that might be particularly true of things such as hair and fibers, isn't that correct? That might come off a body?
It's possible.
Blood on a body can be wiped off if the body comes in contact with something of the nature of either a sheet or a blanket, isn't that correct?
It would depend on how that blanket or sheet were placed on the body.
But the blood could, in fact, come off on that, isn't that correct, sir? On a sheet or a blanket?
Overruled.
I wouldn't know. It would depend on if the blood were dry or if it were wet and how the blanket or the sheet was placed.
Right, but it's possible that it could come off, isn't that correct, sir?
I suppose it's possible, yes.
All right. In fact, in this case, there were, what you have testified about, blood drops, blood spatters on the back of Miss Nicole Brown Simpson. Isn't that correct? You saw at the scene?
Yes, I did.
Which were not preserved, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take any steps to make sure those blood drops were not wiped off by this blanket or sheet being placed over Miss Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
What steps did you take?
To place the blanket very gingerly over the victim. When the blanket was removed, the blood spots were still intact, as evidenced by the photograph.
And when you saw this, when was the last time you saw this blanket at that scene that morning?
When I left.
And what time was that approximately?
Approximately noon, I believe, perhaps 12:15.
It's when you left to go downtown?
That's correct.
And at that time, and so that we're clear, that particular blanket, it was white in color, was it not?
Yes, it was.
And it was never preserved or kept or booked by anyone, as far as you know, of the LAPD, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I want to show you at this point now, sir, a video and ask you a couple of questions after it's shown. Sorry.
Which video is this, Mr. Cochran?
We dealt with at the end of the day yesterday, Your Honor. Video of detective. Those two members of the Los Angeles Police Department.
Yes.
This is at the Rockingham residence, is it, sir?
Yes.
And who's that gentleman who the camera's focused on there?
It's my partner, Mr. Van Adder, and myself.
Is that you? What does that, stop it right there? What is that under your right arm there?
It's a pair of Reebok tennis shoes, size 12.
Those are the tennis shoes we've been talking about?
Yes.
All right. And the gentleman walking with the tennis shoes on his arm, that is you, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you in the Rockingham location at this point?
Yes.
And after you closed the door, did you drive off from the location at that point?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, I'd like to mark that tape, I guess, as defendant's next note, I guess, defendant's...
1049.
1049.
Is that correct, Mrs. Robertson? Sorry, all right, 1049.
Did you have occasion to discuss the contents of this tape with the district attorney since we were in court last evening?
The contents?
Yes,
No.
what was on this particular tape?
I've seen the tape many times. I haven't discussed it.
Okay, the question is, did you have occasion, did you discuss this with the district attorney since we were in court last evening?
No.
Did not discuss it last night?
That's correct.
Not discuss it this morning?
That's correct.
And at the conclusion of that tape, after you placed those Reebok tennis shoes in the front seat, did you drive off?
Yes.
Did you go home at that point?
Yes, I did.
Did you see whether or not, it appeared to you in that video, those shoes were placed in any kind of a box?
Those shoes were placed in a box once I returned to my home and placed into the trunk of my vehicle.
When you got home?
That's correct.
I see. But you didn't do that at the scene there, is that correct?
As your tape shows, there was quite a bit of media. I was getting pushed and shoved, and my only interest was to get away from the media. That was done at my house.
I see. So when you testified about it before, you didn't tell us about the media, did you?
I didn't tell you about the media?
Yes, you did not tell us when you testified.
Legal ground. Or will
When you testified before that you placed the Reebok shoes in a box in your trunk that particular day, you never told us that you had placed the Reeboks under your arm, placed them in the front seat of your car, and drove all the way home. Is that correct? Did you? You never told us that, did you?
I don't believe I was ever asked that.
The question is, did you tell us that?
I wouldn't have answered that.
or will
Did you tell us that?
Could I have the question again, please?
Right. Did you at any time ever, in the presence of this jury, tell us that you had placed the Reebok shoes under your arm and placed them in the front seat of the car and drove all the way home before placing them in the trunk? Did you ever tell us that?
No, I believe I told you that I placed them in the trunk of my vehicle, and that's ultimately what happened.
Right. I'm asking you, did you tell us that you placed them in the front seat of the car, Detective?
I had absolutely no reason to tell you that, no.
And what is your answer? Did you tell us that?
No.
You did not?
No.
Did you see Mr. Fung at the Rockingham location at or about after 5 o'clock that afternoon?
I
on
did,
June 13th?
yes.
You saw him there?
I believe so.
And did you talk to him that afternoon?
I believe there was some conversation, yes.
Could you have given the shoes to Mr. Fung at Rockingham that afternoon, since he ended up getting them the next morning on the 14th?
He apparently did, but I wanted to take them to the lab and have them examined there. I wasn't aware Mr. Fung was going to be at the lab. Mr. Fung works at Northeast Station, which is some distance from the lab.
Well, Mr. Fung was the criminalist who had been at the scene collecting evidence, both scenes, Rockingham and Bundy, all day that day. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you could have given these Reeboks to him. Is that correct, sir?
I could have. Mr. Fung was a very busy man. I wanted these done, presumptive tests done at the lab and turned over at that time.
I see. I'm sure he was a busy man. The question is, you could have given these Reeboks to Mr. Fung on that Monday evening after 5 o'clock in the evening. Isn't that correct?
I could have, certainly.
And what time was it that, your best estimate, that you were getting in the car and placing these Reeboks on the front seat? What time was that?
I don't know, perhaps 6 o'clock.
On June 14th?
No, it would have been June 13th.
I mean, June 13th. And how long was your drive home?
Approximately an hour.
And how many miles is that?
It's approximately 36, 38 miles.
And it's your testimony that there was no way you could book the items, the Reebok shoes at that time of day because the property room was closed and you couldn't get a DR number?
Well, not only was the ECU closed, there was no DR number that had been obtained. The criminalist was booking the items, and they had to each be given an item number.
And with regard to a number of other items that recovered at Bundy and or Rockingham, the criminalists booked those items themselves. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I believe in the 15th.
Right. But this one item you brought back the next day on the 14th morning, right?
That's correct.
Thank you very kindly, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark?
Detective Lang, let's talk about those Reeboks for a minute, sir. What size were they?
Size 12.
And were you aware of the size of the, are you aware of the size of the bloody shoe prints at Bundy?
Yes,
And what size are they?
size 12.
Now, the sole pattern of the Reeboks, as far as you know, did not match the pattern of the bloody shoe prints found at Bundy. Is that correct?
Sustained.
Do you happen to know, sir, whether the sole pattern of the Reeboks that you seized from Rockingham on June the 13th matches the sole pattern found from the bloody shoe prints at Bundy?
Yes, I do.
Sustained. Want to rephrase the question?
Certainly, Your Honor. The Reeboks that were pointed out to you at Rockingham on June the 13th, which you took into custody, are you aware of whether those sole patterns matched the sole patterns of the bloody shoe prints found at Bundy?
Yes,
And do they?
they do not.
Now, who pointed those shoes out to you?
Mr. Simpson, the defendant?
And pursuant to what? How did he happen to point them out to you? Did you ask him a question?
I asked Mr. Simpson if he recalled what shoes he was wearing the previous evening, and he pointed them out and stated he believed that those might be the shoes that he had on.
And based upon that, you took them into custody.
That's correct.
But in fact, the pattern did not match the shoe print at Bundy.
That's the answer.
It's
Foundational.
fleeting.
But the shoe pattern of the shoes that he pointed out to you, claiming that he had worn them the night before, did they match the shoe pattern of the bloody shoe print at Bundy?
Overruled.
That's the answer, Your Honor.
Overruled.
No, they did not.
And you were attempting to also test them for blood. Is that why you took them into custody, sir?
That's one reason.
It is.
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Slow down. We got all day.
That's what I was hoping to avoid. But, okay. Sir, why did you take those shoes into custody?
Because Mr. Simpson said he believed those might be the shoes he had on the night before. I wanted to determine the size of those shoes, and I wanted to determine whether or not they might contain blood.
And is that, so you took them, I think you testified earlier, to SID?
That's correct.
And what time did you take them in?
I arrived at SID the following morning at approximately 7 a.m.
Okay, what test did you request be performed on them?
A presumptive blood test?
And are you aware of the results of that test, sir?
Yes.
And what are the results?
Negative.
No blood.
That's correct.
Do you, excuse me, Your Honor, may I have them? You were asked earlier about a green piece of paper found in the grocery bag containing Ron Goldman's clothing that he wore at Mezzaluna on the night of June the 12th.
Time out.
Recall that?
Time out. I think we have to ask the Goldmans to step out.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
All right. Sorry, folks. Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And that green piece of paper, what did it look like to you?
Looked like a shopping list?
And are you presently aware of where that came from?
Yes.
And where's that?
Check the form of that question. Is he presently aware? The question was he aware when I asked him yesterday? I heard on that.
Overruled.
I was approached by Mrs.
This is hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know where it came from, sir?
Yes.
Hearsay.
Well, he can say he knows where it came from, yes or no. What the answer is, it's probably going to be hearsay. You're right. Says he can say yes or no, he's aware.
Yes.
Okay. Are you the source of that, sir?
No.
And the grocery bag in which the clothing was contained, did the police department provide that grocery bag?
No.
The clothes and the contents of Ron Goldman's apartment, can you tell us what was done with them?
As far as the clothing, most of the items of clothing were picked up by the family.
And so the family took the items of clothing?
Well, this is leading to suggestion. That's not what testimony usually.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Who took the items of clothing out of Ron Goldman's apartment?
The Goldman family.
And you saw yesterday the clothing that was in the shopping bag?
Yes.
Okay. Was that clothing ever in police custody?
No.
Do you happen to know how that...
That's vague.
Oh,
Do you happen to know how that clothing came into the presence of this courtroom?
haven't we already had testimony from Ms. Goldman about this? I think the jury knows where the clothes came from.
Okay. Well, then perhaps I should advise the court and counsel that the next witness will be Patty Goldman. Okay. Counsel? The next witness will be Patty Goldman. Sir, do you know what kind of shoe created the shoe print found, the bloody shoe
Excuse me,
print
Ms.
found
Clark.
at Bundy?
I'm sorry, are we done with the clothing aspect?
Yes, we are. We can
All
let
right,
Goldman's
Ms.
back.
Moran, would you invite the Goldmans back, please? Thank you. Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you aware of the type of shoe that created the bloody shoe print found at shoe prints found at Bundy?
I think you can ask, has he conducted investigation regarding the type of shoe?
Have you conducted investigation regarding the kind of shoe that created the bloody shoe prints found at Bundy, sir?
Yes, I have.
And what kind of shoe is that?
Say, Bruno,
Calls for a conclusion at this point. I think we're assuming facts that aren't in evidence at this point.
That's true. We're going to get to it, though.
Okay, well, let's...
We'll get to it in due time.
All right, I'll sustain the objection at this point. I'm sure we'll hear a lot about shoes.
That's true. I mean, we will. Sir, you indicated that, excuse me, you indicated that you did not diagram any of the blood on the rear gate at Bundy.
that's correct.
Okay. Did you create diagrams of the Bundy location, sir?
Yes.
And is that part of your crime scene notes?
Yes.
Did you diagram on those notes anywhere any of the blood that was found at the scene at 875 South Bundy?
No.
Now, you indicated that it was indicated in your notes that you saw 2 dimes and 2 pennies at the rear driveway of 875 South Bundy. You recall that, sir?
Yes.
You also reviewed all the photographs, did you?
Yes.
In any of the photographs, did you see 2 dimes and 2 pennies?
No, that's a mistake, and I erred in writing 2 down.
So that was a mistake you made in your notes.
That's correct.
All right. You're a human being?
I hope so.
All right.
That's self-serving.
Overruled. Overruled.
I do make mistakes.
Now, you indicated that you booked the change and that...
Mr. Carter. I heard the comment. I heard the comment. I heard the comment. Proceed.
You booked the change and the banana label, that label that you pointed out in the picture. You indicated you booked them on June 15th.
They were actually booked by the criminalist, yes.
Okay, could you, were they seized on the 13th, sir, those
Yes.
items?
Yes.
All right, so tell us how that works. Why is it that it was seized on the 13th, but the paperwork shows booking on the 15th?
When the criminalist seizes an item, for all intents and purposes, it's in police custody and booked. It's just not administratively correct until a number is assigned and it gets placed into an environment and logged in. But as far as our purposes go, when the criminalist takes possession, it's in their possession, it's been booked. The other is just an administrative process.
Okay, so was it in the custody of the criminalist from the 13th when it was picked up at the scene?
As of the 13th, that's correct.
Okay. So what does the date of June the 15th reflect?
The actual day that it was logged in to property, when a DR number had been assigned and actual item numbers had been assigned to each item.
Did that mean that there was any change in the way in which it was being secured or kept?
Sustained, it's leading.
Does the, what is the date of, from June the 13th to June the 15th, with respect to those items, sir, or any of the items that we've talked about, does the date of June the 15th reflect any difference in the manner in which the item's being kept?
No.
Overruled. Overruled.
No.
So is there any custodial significance in terms of where the items are being kept in the date of June the 15th?
No, it's all in possession.
Custodial is kind of a vague question,
Yeah.
vague term.
I think so. Let me try and be more precise, Detective Lang. Is there any, does the date of June, what does the date of June the 15th reflect with respect to where the items of evidence are being kept or held?
Nothing. They're all in the possession of Scientific Investigation Division. That's just a formal logging in or booking of the items.
Now, you indicated that you did not diagram any of the blood at the crime scene at 875 South Bundy.
That's correct.
Why not?
That's not normally something that I would do. If there would be any diagramming at all or collection, that would be under the purview of the criminalist.
Okay, which would be Mr. Fung?
Yes.
Overruled.
All right, you indicated, sir, I believe earlier, that you booked the, that little plastic heart that was found on the ground on August 25th?
That's correct.
Where was it before then?
It was secured at Robbery Homicide Division, Parker Center.
Okay, so what is the difference between being booked and being secured in the Robbery Homicide Division?
The difference is that it has not been assigned a booking number and it hasn't actually been logged in at Property Division.
What about the integrity of the item itself? Any difference there?
No, it would remain the same.
Deputy, seize that beeper, please. Deputy Russell. Thank you. Proceed.
All right, were you present when the blood sample was taken from the defendant?
Yes.
And where did it go after that?
It went into my partner's possession.
Detective Van Atter?
Yes.
And then what?
It's my understanding that it was transported.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you see it after the blood sample was drawn from the defendant and given to Detective Van Atter?
Yes.
When did you see it?
At the time it was withdrawn and turned over.
Okay. And after it was turned over to Detective Van Atter, did you see the blood, the vial of blood again?
No.
So were you around when that vial of blood was ultimately booked into evidence or into SID?
No, that was booked by criminalist Fung. I wasn't present.
Sustained. We'll strike the last part of the answer. The answer is no, since he wasn't present.
Right.
Proceed. Curious to disregard the last part of that answer.
So do you know when it was ultimately booked?
No.
Or by whom?
No.
All right, you were talking about hair and trace evidence. Remember that we talked about the knit cap that was found next to the glove under the plant at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And did you conduct any investigation to determine whether there was any hair or trace evidence to be found on that cap?
I personally did not. There was one conducted.
And are you aware of the results of that examination?
Overruled. He can say yes or no, he's aware.
Yes.
Was there anything anything about the results of that investigation into the hair and trace evidence in the knit cap that caused you to eliminate Mr. Simpson as a suspect?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. I'd like to put you on object as hearsay. Give my direction.
Let me see counsel at the sidebar with the court purposes.
Yes, Detective Lang, did you review the reports of the criminalist analysis of the hair and trace evidence found on the knit cap at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And engage in conversations concerning the results of that analysis, sir?
Yes.
And based on all of that, was there anything that caused you to eliminate Mr. Simpson as a suspect in the case?
No.
Overruled.
No, there wasn't.
Now, did you examine the reports of criminalists and experts concerning the analysis of the blood found on the glove at Rockingham, sir?
Yes.
And the reports that you reviewed...
All right, counsel, let me see you again at the sidebar.
Sir, after the... was the Bronco found parked outside the gate, the defendant's Bronco parked outside the gate at Rockingham, seized on June the 13th?
Yes.
And was it submitted for testing?
That's correct.
And the glove found at Rockingham, was that seized on June the 13th?
Yes.
And submitted for testing, sir?
Yes.
And the knit cap, was that seized on June the 13th as well?
Yes.
And also submitted for testing?
Yes.
And the blood at the blood trail found at 875 South Bundy, was that collected on June the 13th also?
Sustained. Characterization as trail.
Okay. The blood drops found going on the walkway from the victims out to the alley behind 875 South Bundy, were those collected on June the 13th and submitted for testing?
Yes.
Now, when was it that you submitted the case for filing?
June 17th.
By that time, sir, were you aware of the results of the testing of the blood collected at 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
And were you aware of the results of some of the tests conducted in the on the blood seized from the Bronco and submitted for testing?
Yes.
And by that time, were you also aware of the results of the testing of the glove found at Rockingham?
Yes.
And upon becoming aware of all of those results, sir, what did you do with the case?
Overruled.
I presented the case to the district attorney's office to seek a filing.
All right, sir, before you left you were at Rockingham initially, is that correct?
Initially,
I
as
mean,
in-
before you went back to Bundy to do the actual crime scene investigation. I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Overruled. It's foundation.
Yes.
At the time that you left Rockingham to return to Bundy, what was your state of mind concerning what you thought was going to happen with a criminalist to respond to Bundy?
Right.
Sustained.
Well, did you call for another criminalist to proceed to the Bundy location when you left for Rockingham?
No.
Overruled.
No.
Why not?
Because it's my understanding that the criminalist
Overruled.
was to proceed to Rockingham and do a quick presumptive test on the blood that's on the door of the Bronco and then proceed directly to Bundy, so there was no need to.
Okay, so when you got to, when you went back to Bundy, what time was it?
I believe I arrived approximately 6:45 or 6:50 a.m.
And what was your expectation when you got there regarding a criminalist?
That the
Overruled.
criminalist would be forthcoming shortly.
Did you ever walk down that front walkway that leads from the sidewalk up to the steps at 875 South Bundy?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Sustained.
Did any member of the police department wash down that front walkway?
No.
To your knowledge, was the rear area and the rear gate area in the driveway of 875 South Bundy ever washed down?
It was not.
Now, after the investigation of the crime scene at 875 South Bundy was completed on June the 13th, how was the location maintained with respect to the gates?
Both gates were closed and locked, and the house itself was locked and secured.
How many units are there at 875 South Bundy, sir?
It's a duplex. There are 2 condos attached.
Okay, so Nicole and one other?
That's correct.
You indicated on cross-examination that there were reports of public people at Bundy. Do you recall that?
Reports of people?
Public people around the area of 875 South Bundy.
There were, yes.
Okay. And public, I mean, as opposed to police
about-
people,
Non-police, non-residents.
non-police, non-residents.
There were.
Are you aware of, you're aware of those reports?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Cochran discussed those with you on cross-examination, you recall?
Yes.
What area around 875 South Bundy did those reports pertain to?
Front of the location.
Like around the sidewalk?
Sidewalk, yes.
Do you have any, are you in possession of any reports that indicate that there were non-residents lurking around the rear area of 875 South Bundy?
Sustained. Calls for hearsay.
Are you aware of any reported incidents concerning non-residents around the rear gate area of 875 South Bundy?
Sustained.
Was there, the front and the rear gate at 875 South Bundy that we're talking about, do those give access to the other side, to the other duplex in any way?
No.
Who has access to those gates? No, do those, you know what I mean? Do those gates go solely to Nicole's condominium, Or do they also allow access by other neighbors?
Strictly to the one condominium.
You have to recall, I think the jury's seen the walkway and the gates.
It's been a while, so. Now, you indicated that you visited Bundy between June the 13th and July the 3rd,
Yes.
and do you recall why?
There were return visits to the crime scene to check on various things. I've never been involved in a crime scene investigation that I didn't return.
So, is that unusual for you to do, to go back several times to a crime scene?
No, on the contrary, it's very usual, and that's something that would be done at every crime scene.
Well, can you tell us why?
Because initially, there may be things that you've missed. You may want to return at a different time of day. You may want to recheck what you've already done. You may want to search for additional evidence. There are all sorts of things that could happen over a period of time. You may not catch everything the first time because there's a lot going on.
And so did that occur in this case?
Yes.
So between June the 13th and July the 3rd, where did you go? Where about that location of 875 South Bundy did you go?
See if we can narrow it down a little more time-wise.
Okay. Do you recall how many times you went back to the location between June the 13th and July the 3rd?
I believe it was 2 or 3 times.
Okay. On each of those occasions, those 2 or 3 times, sir, do you recall where you went?
Yes.
Where?
To the front of the location, to the area, the vicinity where the bodies were located, and to the interior of the house, examine the interior.
Did you ever go to the rear gate area on any of those occasions?
No.
When, after June the 13th, was the first time you went through the rear gate area?
I believe that would have been July 3rd.
And on July the 3rd, on the first time you returned to the rear gate area after June the 13th, which was, as you've indicated, July the 3rd, what did you see?
I observed a smear of blood. First thing I observed was a smear of blood on the upper rung of the rear gate that I had observed on June 13th. Additionally, appeared to be the same 2 droplets of blood on the lower rung of that gate.
The same 2?
It appeared to be the same 2.
The answer will stand.
Could you explain that, sir? You said the same 2 blood drops?
It appeared to be the same 2 blood droplets that I had observed earlier on June 13th on the inner lower rung of that rear gate.
And based on that observation, you did what?
Made an inquiry and requested Mr. Fung, the criminalist.
And were those blood drops on the rear gate submitted for DNA analysis, sir?
Yes.
And are you aware of those results?
Yes, I am.
Now, I think you indicated also that on August the 27th, you took the defense team, the defendant, the defense attorneys and their investigators on a walk through 875 South Bundy. Do you recall that?
And they're criminalists, yes.
And their criminalists?
Yes.
And I think you indicated on cross-examination that their investigator, one of their investigators, pointed out change inside the garage of the location of 875 South Bundy.
I believe there was 1 or 2 pennies lying on the floor of the garage.
And did you seize those pennies?
No.
Why not?
Those pennies were isolated from the crime scene. The garage door was secured at the time this occurred. There was no blood in the garage area. There was nothing to indicate that any suspect had ever visited that area or that had anything to do with the crime scene.
Okay. What do you mean the garage door was secured at the time?
It was closed.
It was closed. The garage door was closed at what time, sir?
Time of the murder.
Overruled. Counsel? Overruled.
And you indicated also, so where were the pennies were inside the garage, sir?
Inside the secured garage, yes.
And on August 27th, did you see any blood near those pennies, sir?
No.
Now, conversely, you indicated to the jury that you, earlier, I believe, that you found a dime and the penny on the rear driveway that you saw on June the 13th to be important.
To me, it was, yes.
Can you tell us why?
The dime and the penny were in close proximity to the blood droplet in the rear alley that appeared to drop to me from a stationary source, indicating that source may have been standing still, reaching in their pocket perhaps for keys, and inadvertently dropping the coins going for the keys. The blood droplet had no tailing and appeared to come from a stationary source.
All right,
And so-
we're going to take our morning break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time. Please remember my admonition to you: don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, don't form any opinions about the case, don't let anybody communicate with you with regard to the case, do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Stand in recess for 15. Examination by Ms. Clark. And Detective Lang, good morning again. You're reminded you're still under oath, Ms.
Sure.
Clark.
Sir, we were talking earlier about the Reeboks that the defendant pointed out to you on June the 13th.
Yes.
Okay, now I think you already testified that you took them at that point.
Overruled Foundation.
You took them at that point from his closet, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and then where did you go?
I proceeded down to the first level and out to my vehicle.
Do you recall, sir, about what time it was when you did that?
I believe it was approximately 6:15, 6:30 p.m., somewhere in there.
All right, when you left the residence, when you exited the house at Rockingham, did you see Mr. Fung anywhere?
No.
Did you know if he was even still there at Rockingham?
I don't believe he was.
All right, now we were talking earlier about the, just before the break, about the walkthrough on August 27th with the defense team.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cochran mentioned something about a knit cap that was pointed out to you by one of the investigators, or the criminalist for the defense.
I believe it was by Mr. Cochran himself.
Okay. And did you seize that knit cap that he pointed out to you, sir?
No.
Why not?
That cap was in the house on the upper level in front of one of the kids' rooms, and it appeared to be one of the kids' caps.
A child's cap?
Yes.
Did you ever ask that a tire track expert look at tire tracks in the rear alley behind 875 South Bundy?
No.
P38.
All right, sir, do you recognize what's shown in P38 on the screen now?
Yes, it's looking in the alley in a northerly direction behind the Bundy location.
And is that the alley behind 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Okay, now is that alley, is it cement or is it asphalt?
It's asphalt.
And you indicated just now, sir, that you did not ask that a tire track expert examine the alleyway behind the location of 875 South Bundy.
That's correct.
Okay. Could you please tell the jury why not?
It's a very commonly used surface. There are many, many tire tracks superimposed over one another, and there would just be no way to distinguish one from another.
And have you ever, well, when you were out there, did you look at the alleyway behind 875 South Bundy?
May I object with regard to this area that goes to the area of expertise of this witness? We're talking about two separate things.
Overruled at this point.
Did you yourself look at the alleyway behind 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Were you able to observe any distinguishable tire tracks yourself?
Nothing distinguishable.
To your knowledge, sir, is there any way to tell when tire tracks are made?
I don't know of any.
Sustained. Do you want to do a little more foundation with this detective?
Yes, Your
Tire
Honor.
tracks.
Sir, have you ever asked that tire track experts be called out to a scene to
Yes.
examine? And have you consulted and conferred with them concerning their findings at any particular crime scenes?
Yes.
On how many occasions, sir? Approximately.
There haven't been that many, quite frankly, 8, 10, maybe times the most.
And have you consulted with them about what they look for in tire tracks?
Yes.
And have you consulted with them about what they're able to tell you by looking at tire tracks?
Yes.
And have you ever, have they ever testified in any of the cases that you have prepared or conducted the investigations in?
Yes.
Based on your experience then with them, sir, are you aware of whether or not you are able to tell, they are able to tell whether, when tire tracks are made?
No.
Overruled. Overruled.
No.
No what?
I've never heard anyone be able to testify to the age of a tire track.
All right, sir. Now, you were asked also by counsel about whether or not any examination was done on the dog, Nicole Zakita, on his teeth to see if he had bitten anyone recently.
Yes.
Are you aware of any kind of examination that could ever tell you that?
I've never heard of one.
Now, you indicated that earlier on cross-examination as well, that when the detective or Officer Hyder spoke to Sydney Simpson, that's the little girl, Nicole's daughter.
One of the officers did, yes. I don't recall the name.
And I think you indicated that you asked Denise Brown to speak to her, to Sydney? Ms. Foundation.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you prepare a report of your request of Denise Brown to speak to Sydney Simpson?
No.
Okay, first of all, why didn't you write a report of that request?
The results of the interview were negative. There was no reason to.
Overruled.
Okay, why didn't you have an officer speak to Sydney?
I was informed by Denise Brown that both children were under the care of a child psychologist, and that they not only thought it would not be a good idea for me to interview the children, but they would not permit it.
Does that continue to be the case, sir?
To my knowledge, yes.
Overruled.
All right. Also, you indicated on cross-examination, sir, that you asked Detective Ron Phillips to speak to Officer Vasquez concerning Sydney Simpson and the contact that she had with the officers at West LA Station before she was picked up later in the morning. You recall that?
I believe so.
And you indicated on cross-examination that you made no report of Detective Phillips' conversation with Officer Vasquez concerning Sydney Simpson's behavior at the station. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was there no report written concerning Sydney Simpson's conversation or behavior at the police station?
There was nothing more to say. The report had already been written.
Can you explain that, sir?
The report was written as to the interview by the female officer. It went no farther than that. From that, I made an inquiry with the Brown family.
Okay. And then, so you attempted to follow up what was in that report through the Brown family?
That's correct.
I'm sorry. So, after you read that report, sir, what did you do?
I contacted the Brown family.
Okay. And you made some request of someone in the family?
Yes.
What was that?
I requested that Denise Brown and the family talk to Sydney regarding the statement.
And did they do so, sir, at your request?
Yes.
And as a result of having done so, what happened?
I received a call a few days after that from Denise Brown, and she stated that she...
This is hearsay.
Did the information you received from Denise Brown cause you to generate any further reports, sir?
No.
Or conduct any further investigation, sir?
No.
Or attach any significance to the report written by Officer Hyder and Vasquez?
No.
Sustained. Sustained. Curious to disregard the last question and answer.
All right. When you were at Rockingham, sir, I believe you indicated that you were nearby when Detective Phillips made the phone call to Chicago to notify the defendant?
Yes.
And who were you with at that time?
I was in the vicinity of Arnell Simpson.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, sir, you indicated in response to one of Mr. Cochran's questions that Arnell told you that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago, but that she told you that subsequent. What did you mean by that?
Oral.
By that I meant that Arnell Simpson told me that after she made a telephone call to Kathy Randa.
Okay. Prior to the phone call that Arnell made to Kathy Randa, did you ask her the defendant's whereabouts?
I don't believe I did.
Did someone ask her?
I believe my partner did.
Okay. And what was her response?
Sustained.
Did she give you any information concerning where the defendant could be found?
Overruled.
She didn't know.
No. That'll be stricken. Question is, did she give you any information, yes or no?
As to his whereabouts, no.
Next question.
When you were at the location, sir, at that time, approximately 6 a.m., did you go upstairs to look for Mr. Simpson or any possible injured victims?
No.
Why not?
By that time, we'd been informed that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago.
Overruled.
I'm sorry?
Been informed that Mr. Simpson was in Chicago.
Okay.
There's no need to go upstairs.
So when you first entered the house, sir, how long did it take from the point of entry into the house with Arnell Simpson to the point when the phone call was made to attempt to locate Mr. Simpson?
It was a matter of minutes. Wasn't a long time at all.
Was there any search conducted prior to that phone call?
The only thing I did close to a search was I entered the housekeeper's quarters.
The maid's room?
Yes.
And why was that?
To check on the welfare of the housemaid if she was there or injured or whatever.
So what events transpired between the time you entered through the rear door and you made the phone call to try and locate Mr. Simpson?
I walked through the house, through the kitchen, into the maid's quarters. I checked that. I came back out. Arnell Simpson was in the kitchen area with Detective Phillips, and at that time they were making phone calls.
Now, when you entered the house, sir, who was with you when you first went in through the back door with Arnell?
Detective Phillips, and I believe Detective Van Adder was behind us with Furman.
I'm sorry, Detective Furman?
Yes.
Where was he?
He was behind us with Cato Kalin.
And then you entered the house, is that right?
Yes.
At the time that you were making that, Detective Phillips was making the phone call to was on the phone with Kathy Randa and then later the defendant. Was Mark Furman standing by you?
I don't believe he was.
When was the last time you saw Mark Furman prior to making the phone calls?
At the time I entered the rear of the house.
After that point, did you see Detective Furman when you were at the time that the phone calls were being made?
I don't recall seeing him at the time, no.
When was the next time that you actually saw Detective Furman after you all entered the house through the rear door?
It was at the time that he approached me
And did what?
and asked me to step outside with him.
All right, now did you see Detective Furman have a conversation with Mr. Kalin?
Yes,
Now, were you and Detective Van Adder the lead investigators there that night?
yes.
So what did that mean in terms of how you guided the actions of the other officers present?
What did that mean and how it guided the other officers?
Yeah, were they allowed to just go ahead and do anything they wanted to, investigation-wise, at Rockingham or at Bundy?
No, they understood that we were taking over the investigation.
They understood.
Well, it's a conclusion by the witness as to what they understood. Why don't you re-asking your questions?
What was your understanding, sir, of what their abilities to investigate and make decisions at Rockingham or at Bundy on that night?
That the decisions would be made by my partner and myself.
Okay. Now, did you see Detective Furman go in and speak to Mr. Kalin?
That's correct.
And did you approve of him doing so?
Yes.
And why?
We had more areas to check. Mr. Furman was in front of me and he knocked on the door. It was most logical that he speak to Cato Kalin.
And had you not approved of him going in to speak to Mr. Kalin, what would you have done?
I would have prevented it.
He knows what he would do, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I would have prevented it.
All right, so I'm going to ask you a series of questions about the cross-examination concerning the coroner. I'll show you some pictures.
Your Honor, this is going to be Exhibit 45.
All right.
All right, first of all, sir, you see that one white shoe in the bottom portion of the photograph?
Yes.
Are you aware of that? Do you have a recollection of whether there was any blood in the area of that white shoe?
There was none.
Next.
Exhibit 45C.
Again, you see the white shoe in the bottom of the photograph.
Yes.
Do you know whose shoe that is?
I believe it's a photographer, Mr. Rokar.
And do you have a recollection of whether there was any blood in the area where that shoe is in this photograph?
There was not.
Exhibit 45D.
All right, and you see the shoes in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the location, with the condition of the location where those shoes were on the night of June the 12th, early morning hours, June the 13th?
Yes.
Any blood in those areas, sir?
The only blood is...
The picture speaks for itself.
Overruled. Anything that appears to you to be blood.
Okay.
Do
you- let me-
Because I think it's vague, based upon the question.
Overruled.
How can the photograph be vague?
Proceed.
Okay. Oh. Do you have a recollection of the appearance of the location where those shoes are shown in this photograph from your observation on the early morning hours of June the 13th?
Yes, it's a walkway above the bodies going west.
Okay. And do you recall, by looking at this photograph, where on that walkway these shoes are?
Yes?
Was there blood in that area, sir?
No.
Where the shoes are was the
Where-
question.
In that area?
Where the shoes are.
That's stitches.
All right. Ms. Clark.
That's it. Yeah, thank you. You were also asked, sir, whether or not the hands of the victims were bagged. Do you
That's
recall
correct.
that?
That's correct.
Were they bagged, sir?
No.
Can you tell us, please, why not?
It's been my experience that one would bag the hands of a victim who's involved in a gunshot to be preserved for gunshot residue examinations. These hands and the entire bodies were preserved in plastic sheets. I'm not aware of any bagging of hands other than for gunshot residue examination.
Can you please explain to us, sir, what is gunshot residue?
Gunshot residue is powder or molten metal materials that could be part of a backblast from a handgun that could transform themselves on one's hand if they were in contact with a firearm if it went off.
So what will an expert detect if he examines the hands of a victim who has been shot or fired a weapon?
Exactly. Foundation, so you're saying.
Oral.
Whether the possibility exists that that particular person would have been holding a handgun when it was discharged.
In this particular case, sir, by the time the coroner's investigator arrived, was there some determination made as to the cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Slashing and stab wounds.
And was there a determination made with respect to whether or not any firearm had been used?
Yes.
And what was that?
In my opinion, none had been used.
So was there any reason to bag the hands of the victims?
I saw none. I saw none.
Now, the entire bodies of the victims were bagged?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of that?
To preserve any trace evidence or any other evidence that might be on the bodies to be examined at the coroner's office.
And would that procedure of bagging the bodies, what would that do with respect to any trace or fiber evidence that may have been on the bodies?
It would maintain it.
Now, the nail scrapings of the blood found under Nicole Simpson's nails,
Yes.
yeah, was DNA testing conducted on those scrapings, sir?
Yes.
And are you aware of the results of those scraping, the DNA tests on the nail scrapings?
Yes, I am.
And did that testing reveal the blood to be hers?
Yes.
Staying calls for hearsay.
This keeps evolving. You
No.
respect that?
No. Calls for hearsay. Juries to disregard the last question and answer. Proceed.
With Did the results of the tests of the nail scrapings under Nicole Simpson's nails cause you to conduct an investigation into any other suspect?
No.
Now, you spoke earlier about wounds on the hands of Ron Goldman. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And I think you also discussed scooped out dirt in the location that was near to his body.
Yes.
What, if anything, did that tell you, the wounds on the hands and the scooped out dirt?
During the autopsy, I observed contusions and abrasions to the rear of the hands of Mr. Goldman on the fingers and to the rear of the hand area itself. It indicated to me that he was probably involved in a defensive struggle, that he was attempting to fight back and that he was flailing his arms and his hands, very possibly running them into the tree or perhaps the metal rung fence or one of the stumps, sustaining those wounds. I observed very little abrasions or contusions directly over the knuckles.
What's the significance of that? I mean, why were you looking for abrasions or contusions over the top of the knuckles?
If one had abrasions or contusions directly over the knuckles, it would indicate to me that perhaps that person struck their assailant with a closed fist.
And did you see any evidence of that on the hands of Ron Goldman? That any evidence that would indicate to you that he had struck the person who attacked him with a closed fist?
Nothing to me that was overly significant. Again, there was quite a bit of bruising, contusions, and abrasions all over the hand, but most of it was on the fingers and the back of the hand.
Now, what about those keys? You found, you indicated earlier on direct and on cross that you found keys near the body of Ron Goldman. You recall that?
Yes.
Counsel was asking you whether keys could be used as a weapon. Okay. Now, first of all, sir, how many cases have you had involving murder by means of a knife?
By means of a knife?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'd say in excess of 100.
And how effective do you think a set of car keys or a set of keys would be to defend your
I wouldn't think it would be effective.
Ron Goldman in any way as a weapon or as a defensive measure?
I don't believe they were. I believe it indicates to me that there's a strong possibility Mr. Goldman was surprised.
Overruled. Overruled.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Can you say that?
It indicates to me the strong possibility that Mr. Goldman was surprised in the attack.
And drop the keys?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Rephrase
And
the question.
As a result of being surprised, did what?
And dropped the keys.
Something, sir, about the condition in which you found Ron Goldman? Can you give me?
Your Honor, you're going to need to cut the feed.
Yes.
Exhibit 43E.
All right, sir. Look at the shirt of Mr. Goldman. Is that the condition in which you found him, sir?
Yes.
The shirt appears to be pulled up in that photograph, is that right?
Yes, it does.
What, if anything, did you conclude concerning the movements of Mr. Goldman based on the condition of his clothing and the position of that shirt pulled up as it is?
Overruled.
That he was in a defensive struggle and that the assailant very possibly had grabbed that shirt and pulled it up to where you see it.
Was the shirt, were the sleeves pulled over his hand or the shirt pulled over his hand, either hand of Mr. Goldman?
I believe it was pulled down a bit.
Did you ever consider the possibility, based on your observations, sir, that Mr. Goldman was dragged at any point by the assailant at that scene?
I saw no evidence of drag marks, no.
All right, you were asked also about lividity on cross-examination. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please explain to us what that is?
Postmortem lividity is the movement of the blood in the body to its lowest point after death, usually occurring within 2 to 3 hours, caused by a gravitational pull.
Now, what does lividity have to do with the time of death?
The time of death,
Well, without foundation at this point.
What does lividity have to do with the time of death?
It's without foundation, counsel.
Oh, I'm sorry. He heard your ruling and I didn't. That's sir, how many homicide cases have you had?
been involved directly or indirectly in approximately 250 investigations.
And in each of those cases, sir, have you had occasion to discuss the investigation with the coroner?
Yes.
And have you had discussions with the coroner in each of those cases concerning the subject of lividity?
At times.
Have you read articles or books about the subject of lividity?
Yes.
And have you heard testimony from coroners concerning the subject of lividity?
Yes.
Now, can you tell us, sir, what does lividity have to do with the time of death?
I know of none.
What is lividity used for?
Lividity can be used to determine whether or not a person was moved after they'd been killed.
And how is that determined?
As an example, if one were found in a supine position or on their back and lividity was present over the front part of their body, it would indicate that they'd probably been moved after death.
Was there any indication that either the body of Ron Goldman or Nicole Brown had been moved after the time of death?
I saw none.
And was any brought to your attention by the coroner at the time of autopsy?
No.
Now, when you made your observations concerning lividity, sir, where were you?
I was at the crime scene.
And I assume then you were that was based on your observations? It's going to be leading. You made observations concerning lividity at the crime scene, sir?
Yes.
And were the bodies of either Ron Goldman or Nicole Brown washed or unclothed at that time?
No.
Were they both clothed?
Yes.
All right. The blood that was in the walkway leading up from the sidewalk to the body of Nicole Brown, was there, the blood that trickled down? I think you indicated earlier you saw paw prints in that blood?
Yes.
Okay. Could you see, was there an obvious source to you of that blood?
The source to me was victim Nicole Brown.
Now, how many autopsies have you attended, sir?
Perhaps in the neighborhood of 150, maybe more.
Is it, whose job is it, sir, to determine whether or not stomach contents should be saved?
The coroner's office. It's the coroner's office.
Are you a doctor, sir?
No.
Is it your job to tell them what to do with respect to whether you save stomach contents or not?
Sustain.
Have you ever told a coroner to save stomach contents or not to save them?
No. Overruled.
No.
Now, were you present at the autopsies in this case, sir?
Yes.
Did you observe what, if anything, the coroner did with respect to the stomach contents of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown?
No.
You did not observe that?
No. What they did to them subsequent?
No, during the autopsy.
I observed the coroners examine the contents.
Of each, that is for Ron Goldman and for Nicole Brown?
Yes.
They did that in your presence, sir?
Yes.
And did they discuss the findings that they made based on their examination of the stomach contents with you?
I believe so.
Was there any indication that Ron Goldman had a full stomach at the time of autopsy?
Overruled, he was there. You were there when this was examined?
Yes.
Overruled.
I don't believe so.
Was Ron Goldman's stomach full at the time of autopsy, sir?
I don't believe so.
Based on the examination of the well, let me ask you a different question. Why you indicated on cross-examination that you did not investigate the issue as to when Ron Goldman had his last meal. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you tell us why not?
It appeared to me that he had just left his place of business. The relevance just wasn't there.
Why not?
Because I wasn't aware that he'd had a meal. I was aware that he just left his place of business. It really didn't come into play.
Wouldn't it have helped you to determine time of death if you'd found out when he'd last eaten?
In that particular case, I don't see how.
Why not?
Because it didn't come into play. I was more concerned where he'd been prior to being killed.
Could you explain that? I don't understand.
Could I have that question again, please?
Sure.
Maybe I don't understand.
Yeah, I asked you why you didn't investigate into whether what time he had his last meal. I asked you why you didn't think that determination would help you to determine more precisely the time of death.
Because I knew where he had been at approximately, I believe, 9:40 p.m. That to me was important. The meal wasn't. I knew that it was apparent to me that he'd gone home and changed and went to the Bundy location.
And what did that have to do with not investigating when he had his last meal?
What did that have to do with...
Right. Why did that make determining when he had his last meal less important to you? The fact that you knew when he left his place of work. What did that have to do with it?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes. I'm trying to understand why it became less important to find out when Ron Goldman had his last meal because you knew when he left his place of work.
Do you understand? Hold on. Do you understand the question?
I don't know if I fully understand this. No.
It's vague.
Okay. It must be. You said that you... All right, sir. You were asked on cross-examination about questions about whether you investigated into to find out when Ron Goldman had his last meal in order to pinpoint his time of death.
That's correct.
Based on your experience in all homicide cases, how precise is the determination of time of death based on the analysis of stomach contents?
It's not precise.
Overruled.
There's no foundation beyond the scope of this executive petition.
Overruled. He said it's not precise. That doesn't tell us a lot either way. Ash will stand. Proceed.
In your experience, sir, and based on the prior homicide experience you've had, what is the most narrow time frame you've been able to be given by a coroner based on the analysis of stomach contents?
Overruled.
As to time of death, I've never known time of death to be under 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. Now, I'm just talking about stomach contents.
Stomach contents?
Yeah, stomach contents alone.
Sustain. George, to disregard the last question and answer. Non-responsive.
No. Based on your experience, sir, hundreds of homicide cases, how precise has the coroner ever been with respect to time of death, based solely on the analysis of stomach contents?
Sustain. Sustain.
Has it ever been your experience that the coroner has been able to pinpoint the time of death based on the analysis of stomach contents?
Never.
Overruled. That's overruled.
Never.
Never?
I've never heard of that.
So when you determined that, did you make some determination based on your investigation as to when Ron Goldman was last seen alive
Yes.
by the public,
By the public?
by other people?
That's correct.
And when did you determine that to be?
Well, we already had testimony from the people from Mezzaluna Council. I mean, I'm making that point to Ms. Clark. Don't we already have that in the record when he was last seen?
This is just foundational, Your Honor, to...
All right. Proceed. I think he's already testified to the time, though.
Yes?
Thought he said 9:40.
Oh, okay. Okay. Did,
About 3 minutes ago.
I'm getting lost in my own shuffle.
Okay.
Okay, you determined the time that Mr. Goldman left Mezzaluna, correct?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And did you also determine from the first officer on the scene when his body was found?
Yes.
And what was the time lapse between those two times, when he was last seen and when his body was found?
Approximately 2 hours and 30 minutes.
What is the most, in your experience, sir, have you ever had a coroner testify to a precise time of death to the minute?
Never.
Overruled. Overruled.
Never.
What is, in your experience, has a coroner been able to do in terms of time frame in any homicide case you've ever handled?
I think we ought to have the coroner tell us about this.
Well, Your Honor, it was gone into on cross-examination.
No, I understand that, but
This is the last question
The last question?
on this area. You know,
What's the last question?
on the coroner issue. What was it? What is, in your experience, what is the narrowest time frame the coroner's been able to give you with respect to time of death?
That's really vague, because that depends on so many different things. Each individual case is different.
Right, and that's why I'm just asking for, in his experience, what's the best
I
they've
know.
ever been able to do?
I think it's vague at this point. There's a 352 objection, because then he's got to tell us what the facts and circumstances are in that case.
Let me ask a different one then.
All right.
Let me try
Ask a
some-
different last question.
A different last question. Okay, you determined that there was a time frame of approximately 2.5 hours between the time Ron Goldman was last seen and his body was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has a coroner, in your experience, ever testified to a time range less than that as a time of death?
Sustain. Sustain.
Mr. Cochran asked you on cross-examination several questions about what time the coroner was called. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Based on your experience, sir, if you had called the coroner at 4:30 when you arrived at the scene, could the coroner have told you whether the murder occurred at 10:15, 10:30, 10:15 versus 10:30 versus 10:45?
No.
Sustain. Hold on. Sustain. Juries to disregard the last question and answer.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure. All right, Detective Lang, when you hear one of the parties making an objection, would you please wait to answer the question until I've had a chance to rule on the objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark.
All right, sir, if you had called the coroner at 4:30 a.m. when you first arrived at the scene, could you have allowed the coroner into the crime scene to examine and remove the bodies?
No,
Why not?
because at that time, we hadn't completed our crime scene investigation.
You also indicated that you saw candles burning inside the residence when you looked inside 875 South Bundy.
That's correct.
Did you have any idea what time those candles were lit?
No,
Did you have any idea how big they were at the time that they were lit?
no,
How fast or slow those kind of candles burned?
no.
Do you happen to know whether you can tell a candle burning for 2 hours, how different it looks from a candle burning 2 hours and 15 minutes?
I would have no idea.
Right, you indicated that you did not consider the ice cream to be important, or you didn't consider it to be evidence. Do you recall testifying to that in response to one of Mr. Cochran's questions on cross-examination?
Yes.
Do you?
Overruled. Mr. Cochran, overruled.
Can you explain to us, please, why you did not consider it to be evidence?
I was aware that small children lived at the location and that could very possibly be eating ice cream, leave out half-eaten ice cream. The cup itself was not in the vicinity of the bodies or the crime scene. It was in the rear of the location. It was in a secured area at the rear of the location. It was unclear whether it was melted or melting ice cream, but lumpy. Lumpy doesn't necessarily mean melted. And I just had no tie-in to what occurred in the front of the location.
Okay. Well, if you had photographed the ice cream, would that have given us what kind of evidence would that be for us in terms of its melted or frozen condition?
Sustained.
Could you tell whether the ice cream had lumps in it?
Sustained. At this time? Which time? When he
Oh, I'm
looked at
sorry.
it, were there lumps in it? Had there been a photograph? Can you tell if there are lumps in it? That is a vague question.
Shall I pick one of them?
I can think of three more.
Okay. When you observed the ice cream, sir, on the rear banister, did you notice whether or not it had lumps in it or chunks in it?
Appeared to me that there might be a lumpy area in the center, yes.
Mm-hmm. And did you conduct some investigation into what kind of ice cream it was?
Yes.
And have you ever heard of the kind of ice cream sold by Ben & Jerry's known as chocolate chip cookie dough?
It is. Sustained.
Have you heard of chocolate chip cookie dough?
What investigation did you do with regard to the ice cream?
Well, I did that one.
Overruled.
Or should I-
I just want to
You
move this
conducted-
along, counsel.
You conducted some investigation concerning the ice cream that was found in that Ben & Jerry's cup, sir?
Yes.
And did you attempt to determine what kind was in that cup?
Yes.
And what kind was it?
Chocolate chip cookie dough.
Sustained without foundation at this point.
How did you conduct that investigation? What did you do?
I contacted the Brown family and inquired of them if they would speak with the children.
Did you, based on that investigation, make an attempt to observe a particular kind of ice cream?
Yes.
Overruled.
And what kind of ice cream did you pick out to observe?
Chocolate chip cookie dough.
And what did you observe about that ice cream?
That after it had melted,
Overruled.
it appeared to be lumpy.
indicated, sir, in your grand jury testimony, it was pointed out something regarding the lighting on the porch at 875 South Bundy.
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
And you were referred to page 292. I'm going to ask you to refer back to that passage that was pointed out to you by counsel on cross-examination and ask you a few questions about that. I'm sorry. Same thing, 292? From line 16 down to the bottom?
Certainly.
Thank you. Now, you indicate, tell me, sir, are these your answers in response to the following questions? Line 16, question, sir, when you arrived, can you tell me if you noticed the lighting in the front of the building there? Was there any? Answer, there was a porch light up the porch. Question, up on the landing? Answer, yes. Question, does that illuminate the walkway? Answer, yes. Question, in any effective way? Answer, it would have illuminated it some way. The lighting, I wouldn't say was excellent, but it was far from being dark. It was illuminated. First of all, sir, with respect to those questions and answers, you recognize those as having been posed to you and those being your answers at the grand jury.
Yes.
And what walkway are you referring to?
The walkway that proceeds along the north side of the residence, westerly, east-west, past the front entrance.
Are you referring to the walkway at the top of the steps or the walkway that leads down to the sidewalk?
At the top of the steps, near the front entrance.
So the porch light that you referred to, sir, referred to in that passage, did it illuminate the bodies of the victims in any way?
No.
Did it illuminate the front walkway that goes from the steps down to the sidewalk at 875 South Bundy?
No.
Now, oh, maybe we should start the video. spot, please. You, you were asked about an overlap in number insert. I'm going to show you this again. All right, you see the numbers in, this is People's 53,
Yes.
115, 116, and 117.
Yes.
And those, on People's 53 that you just looked at, 115, 116, and 117 were markers on blood drops on the rear gate?
Yes.
Okay, and now on People's 48, you have markers of 115 and 117 on, obviously, these are blood drops, but they're not on the gate.
Yes.
Can you explain to us, first of all, the difference between a photo ID number and an item number?
Photo identification number, as it appears here in items 115 and 117, are for identification purposes of the item. The other numbers are for purposes of when they are booked into evidence. That's an evidence number that goes on the property report.
Now, the numbers shown in People's 48, sir, what are these? Are these photo ID numbers or are they item numbers?
Those are photo identification numbers.
And are there reports that indicate that these are photo ID numbers shown in People's 48?
Yes, that would be on the property reports.
And are the items marked in these photographs with photo ID number 115 and 117, have they been given item numbers that are different from those numbers?
That's correct.
And is that reflected in reports as well?
Yes, it is.
And are all these reports that you write, generate, you give copies for myself and defense counsel?
Yes, these particular reports were generated by the criminalists, but yes, they were turned over.
And then with respect to 48?
Objection, report. We have a report.
115 and 117 are, again, the photographic identification numbers as they appear on the property reports.
And is there a report that indicates what their item numbers are?
Yes, there is.
And do you know what their item numbers are?
I would have to look offhand. I can't tell you.
Would it refresh your recollection if you did look?
Yes?
Do you have something to do that with?
Yes. Photo ID 115 is evidentiary item number 50.
Okay, so just so... All right, you're holding up, we're holding up now People's 48. Okay. The item that you pointed out, item 115, photo ID number 115 in People's 48G, what item number is that?
So entry item number 50.
And the blood drop shown in People's 53C that has the number 115, what is that? Is that an item number or photo ID
It's
number?
an evidentiary item number.
Okay. So what is marked as 115 in 53C?
Please suggest, Your Honor, even talks.
I haven't finished the question.
Proceed.
The blood drop marked with the number 115 in 48G has what item number?
Ask and answer.
The item that, I'm
Goes to
sorry, I
photo
was
ID
looking.
number 115 has what item number?
I believe it was item number 50. Item 50.
Okay. And the photo ID number item shown, photo ID number 117 goes to item number what?
52.
52?
Yes.
And 117, is that shown in the photograph I'm pointing to, 48I?
Yes.
And is there an item number indicated for the blood drop shown by the number 117 in 53F?
Yes, that's evidentiary item number 117.
Now, with respect to 116 shown in 53D, can you tell us, sir, is that the item number or photo ID number?
It's the item number.
Okay.
One, please.
Okay. Now, do you see? Do I ask this be marked People's next in order, 97?
All right, so Mark.
All right, sir, do you recognize, have you looked at the monitor?
Yes.
And you see the number 116.
Yes.
Can you tell us from your recollection, sir, where is that blood, where is the gate on which that blood is shown?
Object, Your Honor, to state the blood, its conclusion, required witness, and
Sustained.
question.
What appears to be blood?
There's an objection sustained.
You can answer the question. What appears to be blood?
What appears to be
Re-ask.
blood?
Yes, that is on the front gate.
The front gate.
Yes, correct.
So is this a different item from the one, is this a different location from the one depicted in People's 53, specifically 53D next to you here?
Yes. That's a photograph ID number.
And is there an item number that goes with that photo ID number, sir?
Yes.
And what is the item number?
It's item number 51.
And what is the item number for what appears to be blood in the photograph marked as 53D?
As the state, as it's vague, you have a number. There's a number in the question.
What number is depicted in 53D?
Photo ID number?
No.
That's item 116. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Is there a photo ID number for the items shown 115, 116, and 117 on People's 53.
No.
No photo ID numbers?
No.
Those are just item numbers?
Yes.
But the blood shown on People's 97 and People's 48, does that?
Rephrase the question. What appears to be?
Oh. What appears to be blood in People's 97 and in People's 48, do those what appear to be blood drops have item numbers that are different from the numbers shown in these photographs?
Yes, they do.
And those would be the item numbers you just stated, sir?
Yes.
Are there reports to indicate what the item numbers are for each of the items you just described, sir?
Yes, sir.
And are there reports that also indicate what the photo ID numbers are for each of these items?
Yes.
And if one needed to straighten out any confusion about that, could one look at those reports?
Certainly.
Are there any items that have been recovered that have been given the same number?
No.
Does each item of evidence have its own number in this case?
That's correct.
And are there reports to indicate that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Would this be a good place?
Sure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the noon hour. Please remember my admonition to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't have any conversations with anybody. Don't conduct any deliberations until the matter has been submitted to you. We'll see you back here at 1:30. Detective Lang, you're ordered to be back here at 1:30. All right? Not finished reading the file.
Your Honor, one matter that other counsel has asked me to raise, and there was some mention during the during the redirect of Mr. Lang as to the existence of some DNA results on the fingernail scrapings of Ms. Simpson, and I wonder if Ms. Clark can educate me and the other members of this side, because we are not familiar or aware of any reports or anything reflecting that, in fact, there have been DNA tests performed.
Your Honor, can we have Detective Lang step outside, please?
Why? He obviously already knows.
It's about him, step out.
He's the investigating officer.
Making difference in this instance.
Well, this is a discovery issue, not a testimonial issue. Ms. Clark, is there any DNA testing results available regarding the nail scrapings?
Yes, DOJ has performed those tests, and I believe that the defense expert, Ed Blake, was present when they were performed. So I guess they're not communicating with their experts, but the results were that the DNA tests were consistent with the markers of Nicole Brown. And we're doing further testing now at Cellmark. As the court is probably aware, DOJ does D1S80 and DQ. Right. And Cellmark will be doing polymarkers just to further demonstrate that it is her blood underneath her fingernails. And that will be complete shortly, if it isn't already. But I know that the samples were completed at DOJ, and the results were consistent with Nicole Brown, and that further testing will be conducted at Cellmark, and I think it's already gone to Cellmark, but I'm not positive. Rock and Woody are here, Your Honor. If the court would like me to, I can call upstairs and get more definitive information on that.
All right.
Shall I?
Why don't you do that, and we'll take that up at the conclusion of the afternoon session.
Aren't they supposed to come to Your Honor, these results?
I assume that they did. I mean, I've got...
No, these results come to Your Honor, is what I'm asking.
No, to tell you the truth, all I do is log in what comes in and distribute copies.
Because you give them this right away, don't you?
Yes.
All right, so they have a counsel.
How many lawyers are going to address this issue for the
Ms. Clark?
defense?
Well, Ms. Clark, have your assistants bring down that information so we can just double check to make sure we're talking about the same reports. You may already have it.
We don't.
Well, we'll check and see.
Okay. Guys, would you bring it down?
Turtello is here only because of the in-camera. Does the court have an estimation so he can be on his way? And
Well, Mr. Tortolo, as I indicated to you, I did not finish reading those materials over the lunch hour, but I want to go back into session with the jury, and I'll complete my examination of those matters this afternoon sometime, and I'll issue a written finding. All right.
Mr. Bridger, next statement.
I think the confusion is over the EAP marker, which I don't, to our knowledge, there's been no retesting on that. That's the report that indicates it's not Nicole.
All right, well, Mr.
Simpson.
Blazer, let's take this up after we conclude with the jury this afternoon.
That's right.
All right. All right, thank you, counsel. All right, Ms. Clark, what's your guesstimate as to how much longer we have?
Depending on the number of interruptions, it should be another half hour, 45 minutes.
All right, let's have the jury, please. All right, let the record reflect that all the members of our jury panel are again with us. Detective Tom Lang is on the witness stand. Good afternoon, Detective. You're reminded you're still under oath.
Sure.
Ms. Clark.
Without the reporter.
Good start. Do I want to? All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Detective Lang, you recall that a video was shown to you by Mr. Cochran during...
I'm sorry?
It's yours.
All right, proceed. And
Detective Lang.
Which exhibit is this, Ms. Clark?
Defense... That's 1043, Ron.
All right, proceed.
All right. You were shown this video by Mr. Cochran during cross-examination of the crime scene at 875 South Bundy. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
All right. First of all, in the frame shown to you right now, which is marked with a counter at the bottom of 1:11:33:07, do you see a white object in the background near the steps?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the area of the body of Nicole Brown Simpson.
Okay. And who put that blanket on her body?
I did.
Did you touch her body in any way when you did that?
No, not myself, other than with the blanket.
Did the blood on her back and on her thighs appear to be wet or dry?
It was dry.
Okay. All right, you see yourself there, sir?
Yes.
Are you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Okay, did you see other points in the video when you were not wearing gloves earlier when it was shown to you by Mr. Cochran?
Yes.
And can you explain to us why you're wearing gloves at this point?
I am actually in the crime scene, doing my crime scene investigation, measuring evidence, measuring distances between bodies, this type of thing.
And when you were not wearing gloves, what were you doing?
Well, other things, other than the direct crime scene investigation, I was talking to people. When I walked through the house, I wasn't wearing gloves.
Were you collecting any evidence inside the house?
No.
At the points when you were not wearing gloves, were you collecting or dealing with any evidence?
No.
Now, you can see, do you recall stepping around the crime scene? You recall making those movements that are shown in the tape at this point?
Yes.
And what were you doing? Why were you stepping that way?
Stepping around the blood so as not to step in it.
I think this is the slowest slow motion I've ever seen.
All right, record should reflect that the videotape is being shown in what appears to be a slow motion and now stopped. Ms. Clark.
Yes, I'm waiting for the, we could speed it up just a little. Okay, can you tell us where you're standing, sir, at this point?
I'm standing on the walkway just to the east of the front of Nicole Brown Simpson.
Are you standing in blood, sir?
No.
Now, in this video, are you able to see your feet?
No.
Are you able to see the area where your shoes are touching the ground?
No.
Keep going. All right, what are you doing there, sir?
I'm measuring distances.
And you see the pair of legs in the white pants and the person in the blue, what appears to be the blue pants up on the landing?
Yes.
Are they standing in blood?
No.
And who are they?
The coroner's investigator and the coroner's driver.
Now, do you happen to know whether at that point there had been print people had done any work along the railings in that area yet?
Yes, I believe those railings had been printed.
Can you stop here, Jonathan? Okay, you see do you see someone up on the landing in a white coat there, sir?
Yes.
And can you tell us who that is?
I can't make it out.
Okay, keep going. All right, stop here. Okay, can you tell us, sir, first of all, the gentleman in the white jacket,
It's Mr. Rokar, the photographer.
and who is the man standing to his left?
I believe it's Detective Phillips.
And can you tell us where they are standing?
Not from that angle, no.
All right, we're looking
Can you-
at frame 122213.
Thank you, Your Honor. Were there any news crews allowed inside the yellow tape on June 13th, sir?
No.
To your knowledge, what was the closest any of the film crews were allowed to get?
I believe they were all across the street on the sidewalk in the Parkway area.
So these shots we see are actually being filmed from across the street or in the street?
Or
That's correct.
And are you able to see the feet of any of these people or the ground that the feet are touching?
No.
So can you tell from these photographs whether they're standing on the grass or standing on the walkway?
I can't, no.
Stop. Can you now see? Can you now identify for us where Mr. Rokar are and Detective Phillips are?
No, Mr. Rokar appears to be in the upper left-hand, I believe it's Mr. Rokar and Phillips, upper left-hand corner portion of the photo.
And does this appear to be filmed from the sidewalk area across the street from the 875?
that's leading, but I think the jurors can
Can you see that?
see that, and since they've stood on that very place themselves.
That's true.
All right, this record should reflect this is frame 122913.
Okay. Do you see yourself in this shot, sir?
Yes.
Okay, stop. Oh, way too far. Keep going. Here. Okay, can you tell us what's happening in this frame, sir? This is 1/12/40/09.
It appears that one of the bodies is about to be removed.
And can you tell us who's standing inside the crime tape, apparently inside the crime tape? The three gentlemen with their backs to us in dark jackets?
Yes, so from left to right, Detective Phillips. Man in the center is Criminalist Supervisor Steve Johnson. To his right is Lieutenant Rogers.
Can you tell where they're standing with respect to the walkway, sir?
No, I can't.
Can you tell whether whether any of them are standing on the sidewalk as opposed to the walkway?
It's possible, but I can't really see from that angle.
The palm tree that's shown on the left-hand side of the photograph, sir, do you know where that palm tree is located with respect to 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Where is that?
It's on the parkway to the front of the location, between the sidewalk and the street.
And do you see someone wearing something that seems to have white letters on the back?
Yes.
And can you tell us who that is?
It's the coroner's assistant.
And there's a gentleman in a white shirt just past him. Do you see that?
Yes.
Just above? And who's
Yes.
that?
I can't make it out from here.
Okay, keep going. Were you wearing a white shirt that day, sir?
Yes.
Stop. Can you tell us, first of all, the gentleman with his back to us in the dark trousers and the white shirt, who that is?
I believe it's possibly the commanding officer of the SID, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Can you tell where he is standing in relationship to the walkway, sir?
Appears to be on the sidewalk, but I can't see his feet, so I can't really tell.
Okay. And in the, just past him in the photograph, can you describe the three people that you see there?
There's the, inside the tape, and the man in the blue is the coroner's assistant. And over far to the left appears to be the photographer, Mr. Rokar. And above appears to be Ms. Ratcliffe, the coroner's investigator.
Okay. Stop. A little bit more. A little bit more. $49. Right. Okay. Okay, can you tell us, first of all, who is depicted in this photograph? And this is, for the record, 113-49-11.
I am pictured on the left. To my right and above me is Detective Phillips, and to his right is Mr. Rokar, photographer. Appears that Miss Radcliffe is bending over to the right.
Okay, that's the person whose torso is cut off by the right edge of the photo?
Yes.
And are you standing on pavement there, or are you standing in shrubbery?
I believe I'm back on the grass shrubbery area.
And Detective Phillips?
I believe the same, but I can't see from here.
And Rokar?
I can't tell.
Oh, could you back up, Jonathan? Stop, back up just for a second. Right, stop. Ooh. A little bit forward. All right, can you tell now where you're all standing?
Yeah, it appears to be the grassy dirt area to the south of the sidewalk.
Okay.
Or the south of the walkway.
Mm-hmm.
And that's frame 113-5405.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
The end of this particular
Okay. Okay, stop. Thank you. Okay, you see, you recognize someone there holding a brown paper bag?
Yes,
Who's that?
that's the criminalist, Mr. Fung.
All right, now at that point in time, sir, was he collecting evidence?
I don't believe so.
And do you recall what was in that brown paper bag?
Yes, there was a glove, I believe, but this is the time where he showed me the glove from Rockingham that I wanted to see.
And you wanted to see the glove from Rockingham for what reason?
Wanted to visually compare it to the left-handed glove that I had at the crime scene.
And was that left-handed glove still... Where was that left-handed glove at the time that Dennis Fung brought the glove in the paper bag that you see in this photograph to you?
Still in position.
And why did you want him to bring the brown paper bag to you over where the left-handed glove was located?
I wanted to visually compare both gloves to see if they were a possibility of a match.
And what did you determine?
In my mind, they matched.
Now, how long was Dennis Fung at the scene?
I believe approximately 5 hours, perhaps longer.
Did we identify this frame?
I don't think so, thank you. 01, 18, 1800. Okay, after you determined that the gloves matched, sir, did you make any effort in your investigation to determine what size the gloves were?
Yes,
And what size did you determine them to be?
extra large.
Sustained.
All right, were you interested in... Sir, at that point, when you compared the two gloves, the one from Rockingham and the one from Bundy, had you had an interview with the defendant yet?
No.
After examining those, after seeing and comparing those gloves just visually, did you go and see the defendant at Parker Center?
Yes, later that afternoon.
Did you look at his hands?
Yes.
How big do they look?
I'll check before that question. How big do they look? It's big.
It's kind of big.
It is vague. Compare it to your hand, sir. How big do the defendant's hand look?
Object, that's again, it's relevant material. You want to see Mr. Simpson's hands? They're here. The object before that question. It's big.
No, the question relative to your own hand, how big was his hand, that's an appropriate question. Doesn't tell us a lot, but...
Okay.
Large, much larger than mine.
Okay.
Much larger than mine.
And after seeing his hands, sir, did you attempt to determine through your investigation what size the gloves were?
Yes.
Overruled. Overruled.
I'd already determined the size of the gloves.
And did the size of the gloves play a factor in determining whether or not to file the case ultimately on June the 17th?
Object before that question. That's relevant material.
Overruled. Overruled.
It was one of the factors, yes.
Let me ask you about something else, another factor, sir. The glove that you found at Bundy, you said, was that right or left-handed?
It's left-handed.
When you saw the defendant on June the 13th, did you notice an injury to either hand?
Yes.
Which one?
Finger of the left hand, middle finger of the left hand.
Did that play any part in your making your determination to file the case on June the 17th?
Yes.
Now, if you know, sir, did Dennis Fung proceed, I think you indicated earlier that he proceeded to Rockingham first to do his investigation?
Yes.
All right. Do you know at what point you recall seeing him at Bundy?
Yes, it was approximately 10:10 or 10:15.
Okay. And then, do you know how long he remained at Bundy?
Several hours. Again, I believe it's approximately 5 hours, perhaps longer.
Okay. And how long do you see him in this tape? Of those 5 hours he spent at Bundy?
Oh, just a few seconds.
Object before the question. Have you seen all the tape?
All of this tape? All of this tape?
All of this tape, yeah.
You can answer the question. Tape pretty much speaks for itself, though, how long you see Mr. Fung on the tape.
Mr. Fung's on the tape for, appears just to be a few seconds.
Now, did he, after that, return to Rockingham?
I assume. Ms. Clark, rephrase the question.
Did you see Mr. Fung at Rockingham later on that day?
Yes.
Do you know what he was doing at Rockingham later on that day?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He responded pursuant to a search warrant at that location.
And did what?
Assisted.
Ms. Clark, rephrase the question.
Did you see him at Rockingham? Did you see what he was doing?
Yes.
Where was he at
Yes.
Rockingham? Inside or outside?
Both.
Did you see him inside the residence when you went back later on the afternoon of June the 13th?
Yes.
And what was he doing inside the residence?
He was conducting an investigation for evidence, search of blood evidence.
Did you see him testing any blood stains out in the driveway at that time?
Well, what what appeared to be.
What appeared to be?
I did not observe the driveway, no.
If you know, sir, did he complete the do you know whether Mr. Fung did his collection of evidence outside Rockingham in the morning before he went to Bundy?
Sustained.
In the afternoon, sir, when you saw him at Bundy, where was he primarily doing his work? I'm sorry, what did I say, Bundy?
You said Bundy.
I meant Rockingham.
He was inside the location.
Did you observe him conduct any testing in either the foyer or the bathroom of the location for blood?
Oral.
I observed him conducting tests in the upstairs master bath.
What kind of test did you see him conducting?
Presumptive examinations for the presence of blood.
Keep going. Okay, can you see yourself in this clip right now?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I have my clipboard and I'm apparently jotting something down.
Go ahead.
That was 1836 on the last counter.
Thank you. Perhaps we can stop here. All right, you've seen the entire tape, have you not, sir?
I believe so. If the entire tape was shown in court, then I did, yes.
Okay. The activities that are shown there, you're present for most of them, are you not?
Yes.
Does this tape show the activities that occurred on the morning of June the 13th in sequence as they actually occurred?
so.
Overruled.
I can't say that.
You can't say that? What do you
No.
mean?
In sequence is how things occurred.
Yes, is that how you recall things occurring?
Not necessarily. There were other things that occurred during that time, obviously. We're just looking at the front. It appears to be cut off from time to time. This doesn't appear to be continuous.
Okay. So there are things that are not, that took place that are not being shown on this video, on this tape?
Sustain.
Are there things that took place, is everything that took place being shown on this videotape?
No.
The numbers that are shown at the bottom there, sir, at this point, 119-04-10. Okay, do you recall when the coroner's investigators appeared and removed the bodies from the scene?
The coroner's investigator first arrived approximately 9:10 a.m.
And what, do you recall what time was it approximately when they removed the bodies of Ron and Nicole?
I believe it was approximately 10:30, 10:40, right in that area.
So that number at the bottom of the screen, does that have anything to do with what time it was when those events transpired that are depicted in the screen?
No, I
In
have
the
no
video.
idea what it is.
And are you able to see the two gentlemen? We're stopped now at 119-04-10. There are two men in suits whose backs are to the camera. Can you tell where they're standing, sir?
No, not from that angle. Perhaps the sidewalk, but I can't tell.
You mentioned something about cuts in the tape, sir. What do you mean?
To me, this doesn't appear to be a continuous depiction of what occurred,
And why not?
because it's not continuous. There are areas where it's cut away. One view is cut to another view.
So do you think there are things missing?
Well, I don't know. Again, it appears to me to be from different angles. Perhaps different cameras. I don't believe it's continuous throughout.
I think we've covered it pretty much now.
We're done. All right, you talked during cross-examination, sir, about shoe prints. At one point, you indicated that the bloody shoe prints at 875 South Bundy appeared to turn and face the condominium.
Yes.
And do you recall where that was in relationship to the front door? Did they turn in front of the front door?
No.
Where did they turn?
It's east of the front door, several feet east on the first level, above the bodies.
So if you're approaching from the walkway, if you're approaching from the sidewalk, going up the walkway and up the steps, how much before the front door did those shoe prints appear to turn and face the house?
I could only approximate 12, 15 feet perhaps,
12, 15 feet before the front door?
approximately.
And were there other did the shoe prints then continue after that like hesitation point facing the door, facing the house?
Sustained. Well, it assumes, makes an assumption. They turn it at an angle, do they
turn.
continue beyond that?
Okay. At the point when after the shoe prints faced the house, turned and faced the house, did they continue?
They continued westerly, yes.
Was that in the direction down towards the alley?
Past the front door, westerly towards the alley, yes.
Were they ever found to angle back in towards the house again after that one point 12 to 15 feet before the front door?
I didn't observe them, no.
Now, did you observe Dennis Fung conduct any testing for blood inside the Bronco at Rockingham on June the 13th?
No.
Did you attempt to open the Bronco on June the 13th?
No.
Do you know whether the Bronco was open or locked on June the 13th?
Overruled.
It's my information, it was not opened.
Do you know of your own personal knowledge, Detective?
When I observed the Bronco, it was locked, but I wasn't there for the entire time.
All right.
And when did you observe the Bronco in a locked condition?
The morning that I observed the blood on the door.
Were you present when it was towed away?
No.
Did you, at some point, the Bronco was opened, is that correct?
Subsequent to that, when it was examined, yes.
Do you know when and where it was finally opened?
Objection to the word finally. Just include the argument.
After leaving the scene?
Yeah, after leaving the scene.
After leaving Rockingham, actually.
Do you know when and where the Bronco was opened after it was...
Well, it was opened at some time after leaving the Rockingham scene. Do we agree on that?
That's not what the testimony was, though.
All right. Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. Was the Bronco opened during the time that you were at Rockingham?
I didn't see it open.
Now, you left Rockingham at what time?
Approximately 6:40, 6:45 a.m.
Okay. And had the Bronco been opened at that point?
I never saw it open.
Okay. And you returned to Rockingham at what time?
That evening,
Yes.
approximately 5 p.m., maybe a little after.
Okay. Was the Bronco still there at the time?
No.
And when did you next see the Bronco?
I believe it was sometime later when we were doing other testing for blood.
Objection to answer.
And when...
I'm going to strike that answer. It's when you next see it. It's not responsive.
Overruled.
And when was that?
I don't recall the date. I believe it was in early August. I'd have to check. It was at in Impound Yard in Van Nuys.
Do you know where the Bronco was taken to when it was removed from Rockingham on June the 13th?
Yes.
Where?
I believe it was taken to the LAPD print shack.
Do you know whether it was opened there?
That causes speculation.
Overruled.
Subsequent, yes, it was,
Subsequent to what?
to the 13th.
When was that?
I believe it was the 14th or the 15th when it was examined.
Do you know how it was opened?
I believe it was a...
Were you present when it was opened?
No, yeah.
Next question.
Now, did you indicated, I think, sir, that you personally observed that spot of what appeared to be blood on the, just above the handle of the driver's door of the Bronco?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for us the kind of grip of that door handle?
I would call it an outside left-handed grip.
And why would you...
Examination by Ms. Clark. And Detective Lang, good morning again. You're reminded you're still under oath, Ms.
Sure.
Clark.
To tell them what to do with respect to whether you saved stomach contents or not?
Sustain.
Have you ever told a coroner to save stomach contents or not to save them?
No. Overruled.
No.
Now, were you present at the autopsies in this case, sir?
Yes.
Did you observe what, if anything, the coroner did with respect to the stomach contents of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown?
No.
You did not observe that?
No. What they did to them subsequent?
No, during the autopsy.
I observed the coroners examine the contents.
Of each, that is for Ron Goldman and 48?
Objection to court. We have a court for the subject.
115 and 117 are, again, the photographic identification numbers as they appear on the property reports.
And is there a report that indicates?
Ms. Clark.
One minute. Okay, based on your experience, sir, and training, in your opinion, was the murder of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown a drug-related murder? What's wrong with the form of that question?
Yeah, without the report.
Murders of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown, drug-related murders.
I do not believe they were.
Please tell us why.
It's been my experience that the vast majority of drug-related murders are carried out with a handgun or a firearm of some type. It's also been my experience that usually there will be evidence of narcotics usage or sales at the location, such as scales or debris from narcotics, something to indicate the sales or use of narcotics. It's also been my experience that when a residence...
Did you find any evidence of drug usage or sales at 875 South Bundy?
No.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It's also been my experience in the murders that I've handled that the location, if open, will generally be ransacked because the victims are many times known to the suspects, and the suspects will ransack looking for information that might implicate themselves, such as their names, their phone numbers, telephone books, things of this nature. And also many narcotics murders, murderers will take money, drugs, weapons, or anything else that's available. It's also been my experience in drug-related murders that they're generally not committed in an area where it would be observed by the public. It would be in a secluded area or in a closed area. And the suspects are generally going to pick the time and location on their own. That's not going to be in an open area like this.
And so you found none of those indicators in this case?
That's correct.
Let me ask you, was the blood of Ron Goldman and Nicole Brown tested for toxicology to determine whether or not there were drugs present in their blood?
Yes.
And are you aware of the results of that testing?
Are you aware of the results, yes or no?
Yes.
Next question.
Did those results cause you to conclude that there were drugs involved in this case?
That is hearsay. Result is...
But-
It's a result, assuming a result.
It is.
We're assuming facts, not an evidence.
When you learned of the results, sir, of the toxicology, what, if anything, did you do to pursue the line of inquiry as to whether or not these were drug-related murders?
Call roll.
Nothing.
Now, when you, in general, sir, when you investigate any homicide, do you consider all possibilities in terms of the motivation or why the murders occurred?
Overruled.
Certainly.
Okay. Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
And when you do that, and you did so in this case, what causes you to focus in any one direction?
Generally evidence or certain factors that may arise that point in one direction or another.
Okay. And did you follow the evidence to lead you to a particular theory in this case?
Yes.
And what is your theory of this case?
The theory of this case is that
Sustained. Sustained.
I thought that's what he asked about on cross-examination, Your Honor.
Well, with the reporter, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Ms. Clark.
Sir, without giving us your opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the defendant before the court now, did you formulate a theory as to whether or not this murder was perpetrated by one or two people?
yes,
And what was that theory, sir?
that was perpetrated by one person.
And what is that based on?
I observed one distinct set of bloody shoe prints between both victims, leading away from both victims west on the sidewalk, away from the location. Both victims were killed in a similar manner, slashing and stabbing wounds. Both victims had their throats slashed. I observed a drop of blood on the sole of the boot of Mr. Goldman. They contained a mixture of blood from both victims, indicating to me a cast-off.
Overruled.
Indicating to me a cast-off of blood from one murder weapon.
Did you see anything to indicate to you, sir, that the perpetrator moved between the two victims?
Yes,
And what was that?
the bloody shoe prints, same distinct pattern that I observed going away from the location.
This next photograph from Mark People's Exhibit number 98. You want to make this next photograph be Mark Peoples 98.
Yes.
And I recommend that you cut the food.
Thank you.
Could you please?
What's shown in this, this is People's 98? What is shown in this photograph, sir?
It's the sole portion of the bottom of the right foot of Mr. Goldman.
And can you describe for us, sir, where in this photograph you saw drops that appeared to be blood?
There are drops.
Overruled.
There are drops of blood here, but this is not the one that I alluded to.
Okay. Next.
mark People's 99.
All right, People's 99.
And before you do, Jonathan, hold on. Where is Mr. Goldman being shown here?
This is on the walkway in front of the location.
Okay. And whose hand is holding the boot up?
Appear to be the coroner's assistant.
And who's standing in the background? You see someone standing
Appears to
wearing
be the coroner's investigator.
Claudine Ratcliffe?
Yes.
Okay.
People's 99. And your is the E-cut?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, is this? Tell us what this photograph shows.
This shows the bottom of the boot of the left foot of Mr. Goldman.
Okay. And do you see in that photograph the blood drop, the mixture of blood that you referred to?
Yes.
And where is it?
They're in the center, in the white portion. It's not muddied.
Mm-hmm. Now, what does the existence of a blood drop like that in the sole of the shoe indicate to you?
It indicates to me that that mixture of blood is probably a cast-off from a weapon, as the weapon was being slashed or moved in some manner, that droplet was somehow slung off of the weapon.
And what does it tell you about the position of Mr. Goldman at the time that the blood was dripped onto the sole of the shoe?
It tells me that
Cause of speculation also.
Yeah, phrase the question.
Did you form an opinion concerning the manner in which the position in which Mr. Goldman was when the blood was dripped onto the sole of the shoe?
yes,
And what was that?
he was down.
Now, sir, I think you indicated that after the body of Ron Goldman was removed from the location in which you observed it, where it was found in that small dirt area, you observed something that had been underneath his body? Do you
Yes.
recall that? And what was it that you observed, sir?
A ring.
Your Honor, I have here a manila envelope which currently bears seals. I'm going to ask that the detective break the seal and describe what he's doing. Sir, I'm showing you an envelope, a manila envelope, which is marked, imprinted with the title Analyzed Evidence. Do you recognize this envelope, sir?
Yes. It's an LAPD analyzed evidence envelope, item number 40.
And what is item number 40 in this case, sir?
The ring.
The ring?
Yes.
Is it currently sealed, sir?
Yes.
Could you please open the seal?
Yes. Taking his scissors, cutting across the top of the manila envelope, breaking the seal. Opening the envelope. Moving a small coin envelope.
And is the small coin envelope sealed, sir?
Yes.
Okay, could you please open that seal?
There are two packages. One is labeled scrapings from ring. Moving that from the top, I'll put that aside.
Okay, was that small package entitled Scrapings from the Ring, is that sealed separately?
Yes.
And you've removed it from the front of the envelope, the small manila coin envelope?
Yes. Now cutting the top of the small manila envelope with the scissors. Opening the envelope.
Okay, can you tell us if you recognize what you see inside?
Yes, that appears to be the ring that I observed at the crime scene.
We're going to mark the envelope and contents, People's 100.
100. I wonder if the detective could step down and show the jury the ring by holding it on top of the envelope in this manner.
Is it possible to, may I see the ring? Thank I would suggest we pass it through the jury rather than the envelope, because the envelope may contain everybody. All right, if you'll hand that to juror number 1, please.
All right, we will be continuing this tomorrow, and I want to thank you all for hanging out with me and doing this during the stream. Those that came here, that were the chat, that lurked, and the commentary also. And Passion says it would have been embarrassing if the contents of the envelope fell into the floor after he used the scissors to open it. Passion, that would be a laughing stock in the courtroom if they did that, if that happened. That absolutely would be. Notice how they deal with evidence differently than they do now. And they didn't have like the big screens and computers the more advanced computers that we have now. So it's actually there's lots of potential bloopers that could have occurred. Yeah. I had over described that to get past. Oh, to get past censors. Okay, yeah, because the YouTube censorship is cringe. They're trying to silence you, Passion, because you are the truth. Yeah. And because you certainly revealed the truth in the most humorous way, like we revealed, and we appreciate you. We want you to stay, be able to say the truth. So say it as you need to say it, because they always try to censor those that are trying to say the truth regarding this type of stuff. All right, and thank you, Passion, for hanging out with me and your commentary, and everybody, peace. I will, and also you as well.